everyone. I want to welcome you to the Charlotte City Council May 23rd zoning meeting. It's always good to be able to have this meeting and do it in a way that helps move the development and growth of our city along. I want to call this meeting to order and welcome everyone that is watching. I want to remind our community that tonight's zoning meeting is being held in accordance with applicable law governing remote meetings, with some council members participating remotely and some attending here tonight in the government center. So one of the things that I'd just like to note is that there have been lots of things going on across our country, but I do want to actually send from Charlotte to Buffalo, New York, our sincere condolences for the loss of life so unnecessarily. I also want to recognize that we are still in a pandemic, and hope that everybody will get out and get vaccinated or wear a mask if appropriate. Our numbers are going up, and we want to make sure that we don't end up in a situation that we were in as of 2 years ago. So with that, this meeting being called to order, I want to just acknowledge that everyone, the public and the media, are able to view this meeting on the government channel, the city's Facebook page, or the city's YouTube page. And so I'd like to now have council members do their introductions, and I will start with our city clerk and the staff around the table that supports us that are in the government center. And so, Madam Clerk.
Stephanie Kelly, City Clerk.
Jake Carpenter, CDOT.
Greg Phipps at large.
Vi Lyles, Mayor.
Allison Craig, Interim Planning Director.
Terry Hagler-Gray, Senior Assistant City Attorney.
Dave Pettin, Rezoning Manager.
Kiba Samuel, Zoning Chair.
Donata Jackson, Office of Constituent Services.
All right. Thanks, everyone. We begin our meeting with an invocation. This is not a requirement, but we do it to help with our own deliberations so that we treat each other with respect and dignity. And then we will, following our invocation, we will have our Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight's invocation is going to be done by Councilmember Winston.
Madam Mayor,
I'm sorry, we forgot the virtual introductions. Time out. No invocation yet, although I may need it a little bit earlier than most tonight. All right, let's start with our Mayor Pro Tem for those that are attending virtually.
Good evening. I'm Julie Eisel, Mayor Pro Tem and serving at large.
Braxton Winston at large, and also surprised that I'm doing the invocation tonight.
Always ready, right, though? Okay.
Larkin Eggleston, District 1.
Mr. Graham is not going to be joining us tonight. District 3?
Yeah. My apologies. Victoria Watlington, District 3.
Renee Johnson, and proudly serving District 4.
Good evening, Matt Newton, serving District 5.
Eric Picard, District 6.
Ed Driggs, District 7.
All right. So I just want to acknowledge that Mr. Graham and Dimple Ajmera, council members, will not be joining us tonight. So with that, now let's go back. Mr. Winston, I do have you written on my notes to say that you will give us our invocation, and following our invocation, we will have our Pledge of Allegiance. So I'm going to recognize Mr. Winston.
I will, if you, I will say so. I will definitely do it. You know, I don't have any quotes or any passages or any prayers to give. I think I would just like us to take a moment of silence with all the terrible things that are happening around us. I think the common thread that I see is this fear of the other, whether it be in Eastern Europe, in Ukraine, or in Buffalo, too many places all over this world. I said in my first, when I first got on the dais, that we are stronger as a fist. And that's was an analogy of when we work together and not apart. So let us find ways to overcome this fear of one another and find a way to be a fist together. And with that said, like I said, please let's get a short moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Winston. For someone that had an impromptu, you did a wonderful job. So thank you for reminding us of that. If we'll now stand for, if you will join us to stand for our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. So before we begin our meeting and discussion, I want to do a brief explanation of the zoning process. The process begins when applications are submitted to the planning staff. There are two types of cases that we have on our agenda tonight, the first being decisions and the second being hearings. Decisions on cases which have already have held a public hearing will have no further comment. It is the time for the City Council to make decisions about the recommendations we received from the staff and the Zoning Committee. Anyone wishing to see the clerk then we also have our public hearings, and anyone that wishes to speak that is not signed up or not seen their name on a list, please see the city clerk to add if you came to speak on one of the hearings that we're holding on the rezoning. And when we do our hearings, the staff will have a presentation. We hope it's brief. And then the petitioner and those who are in favor of the petition get 3 minutes to talk about the case unless their opponents or opposition signed up to speak. If there's staff opposition, the petitioner gets 10 minutes, and the opponents get 10 minutes combined. The petitioner does have a 2-minute rebuttal. If no one is opposed or signed up to speak, the staff will do a short presentation. The public hearing is closed, and we move on to the next item on our agenda. The petitions go to the Zoning Committee of the Planning Commission for review and recommendation. And their process, I'm going to ask Ms. Samuel to introduce members of the Zoning Committee that are joining us virtually, as well as discuss the process that they take. Ms. Samuel?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, members of council, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, Madam Mayor. My name is Kiba Samuel, and I serve as chair of the Zoning Committee of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Planning Commission. The Zoning Committee will meet on June 7th, 2022 at 5:30 p.m. to discuss and deliberate on the petitions being heard tonight. That meeting will not be a continuation of tonight's public hearing. There is not an opportunity for the public to speak unless and until it is decided that a commissioner has a question or inquiry that can best be addressed by a member of the public. The public and members of council can watch that meeting via the Planning Department's YouTube page. Again, that meeting on June 7th, 5:30 p.m. Is when we will make decisions. Joining us live via government channel or the city's YouTube page are my fellow Zoning Committee members, Commissioners Andrew Blumenthal, Astrid Chirinos, John Hamm, Courtney Rhodes, Sam Spencer, and Douglas Welton. Again, my name is Kiba Samuel, and I am with you for the entirety of the evening, should you have any questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Samuel. We really do appreciate all the work that you and your committee do for us. Thank you so much. I just wanted to make a note that often we have many, many hearings, and we try to be attentive to each and every one. So in accordance with that attentiveness goal, the city council may recess any long meeting of the zoning, or any of our long zoning meetings at 10 p.m. and convene and bring those those hearings that have not been heard available at the next business meeting of the council. So we really try to get through it all, but if not, I want you to know that we'll take it up at our next meeting. So we also have, since the agenda has been printed and sent out, there are deferrals and withdrawals, and I'm going to ask for a motion for those deferrals and withdrawals after Mr. Pettin walks through each one of them for us.
Okay, thank you. We've got, let's see, several items that were decisions. I think we've got 4 or 5 decisions that have been requested for a withdrawal. Item number 2, which is 2021-141 by the Drakeford Company. Item number 3, 2021-197 by Crescent Communities. Item 4, 2021-209 Coastal Acquisition Entity LEC. Item number 5, 2021-219 Lincoln Property Company. And item number 6 is 2021-079 by Piedmont Capital LLC. All decision items requesting a withdrawal to next month's meeting on June 20th. And we have 2 items.
A deferral, not a withdrawal.
Excuse me?
A deferral, not a withdrawal. Right.
Deferrals, yes. Yeah, sorry if I misspoke. We do have 2 withdrawals from the hearing group, items number 24 and 25. Item 24 is 2021-224 by the Pulte Group, and item number 25 is 2021-228 by Morningstar Properties LLC. Both of those are requesting a withdrawal of their petitions. And item number 26 is a deferral of the public hearing for petition 2021-234 by Matt Gallagher. That's approximately 7.48 acres off of Oneida Road. And again, they're requesting a hearing deferral to June 20th next month.
Motion to approve all deferrals and withdrawals as stated.
Thank you.
Second, Briggs.
We have a motion and a second to approve all of those deferrals as well as those items withdrawn. So we have, because of the public law, we have a roll call vote. You must be on camera to vote. And so I just want to remind my colleagues that are on the that are attending virtual that your camera has to be on for you to make your vote. So we'll begin with Mr. Phipps, who's here with us in the building.
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton, can you turn your camera on, please? All right, we'll go to Ms. Watlington.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
That motion passes. So we go to the next item on our introduction. We'll have several items as we go through this with changes on after that would made after the zoning committee vote, when the staff will recommend whether or not we believe it should go back to the zoning committee or be voted on by the council that the changes are not sufficient to pass it through to the next zoning committee. And I believe that if I have correct, we start off with item number 7 on our agenda, which is petition 2021-119 by Profile Homes for approximately 30 acres located on the southwest side of Freedom Drive in District 3. The current zoning is single-family residential in the protected area, and the proposed zoning is mixed-use innovative lower Lake Wylie protected area, mixed-use innovative lower Lake Wylie protected area with a site plan amendment. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. And so do I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as our own and approve this petition?
So moved to adopt and approve.
All right.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, if there's no discussion, we'll have our roll call vote. And we will start with Mr. Phipps.
Yes.
Mr. Winston.
Yes.
Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
So that item passes. The next item on our agenda is item number 8, approximately 133 acres located on the south side of University City Boulevard, northeast of Interstate 85. It is in the ETJ, which is in Mecklenburg County District 3, and the closest city council district is 4. The current zoning is single-family residential, R3, and this single-family residential R4, some distributive businesses. The proposed zoning is mixed use with 5-year vested rights. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Is there a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency and approve this petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Yes, I have a question, Mayor.
All right, Ms. Johnson is recognized.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I'd like to acknowledge these are single-family for-sale units, which we'd like to see more of. And we did receive letters of support from the community. But I have a question for our zoning staff in regards to the 5-year vested right. Could you explain that again for me and also for viewers? Dave, Mr. Pettin, please.
I think Ms. Gray is going to...
Okay. Are you asking the explanation of why we're supportive of the vested rights on this one?
Yeah, because I've seen the vested rights on some of the petitions, and it feels like I'm starting to see that more than I've seen that before. So I wanted to know if you can explain the purpose and why that, the city is supporting that. Please.
Sure. This one in particular has quite a few elements to it that were warranted for the 5-year vesting request being maintained, and a lot of it was, it's a multi-phased development with, upwards of almost 600 homes over several different phases and times of construction. So a lot of the change or a lot of the construction time will be, brought out over, more probably than a 5-year period. And there are potential changes that could impact some of the particular road crossings that they have in this project that have to cross over some creeks. And so they'd like to have an understanding of the current ordinances that we have in place, because they've designed the site to meet current standards, and they know that if some of those standards, particularly for those creek crossings, may change, that could compromise some of the project that they put forward. So that was one of the reasons that we were understanding and we're okay with that support of 5-year vesting for this being multi-phased, and also just to maintain some of the design elements that they've got in place to cross some of those sensitive environmental areas.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments on this item? Hearing none, we'll begin our roll call vote with the motion and to affirm and accept the zoning committee's statement of consistency and approve. Mr. Phipps.
Yes.
Mr. Winston.
Yes.
Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Mr. Grant, I'm sorry, Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Newton.
Yes.
Ms. Watlington.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
All right. The next item is item number 9, petition 2021-133 by Drakeford Communities for approximately 6.5 acres on Allegheny Street. It's in District 3. The current zoning is multifamily residential. The proposed zoning is urban residential. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to accept the zoning committee's statement of consistency and approve this petition?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
We did have some changes on this one.
I am so sorry. I missed
That's okay.
the change list.
We just had
All right,
one.
Mr. Patton, would you go back? Let me pull that sheet of paper out. All right, we have a change in this item that before we can vote, we have to agree that on the recommendation from the staff, So let's go ahead and start with that
Okay.
one.
So the change for this particular petition was the petitioner added a minimum 6-foot-tall opaque screen fence along the edge of the public alley that would help screen some of the parking that's accessed via those private alleys 3, 4, and 5 on the site plan. That was done at the request of staff to help some screening of those existing single-family units that are adjacent to this site. So that was the only change. Staff believes that was minor and doesn't warrant any additional review by the zoning committee.
All right, do I have a motion to accept the staff's recommendation that the change is insufficient to send back to the zoning committee?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and so if we can go ahead and, any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll start our roll call vote. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Thank you.
Yes.
Well, we have a motion on the floor to accept the zoning committee statement of consistency. So let's go to that. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing no discussion, we'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
All right. The next item is item number 10, approximately 3.8 acres located on the southeastern corner of Berry Hill and State. It's in District 3. The current zoning is general industrial. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development optional. The zoning committee recommends adoption along with the staff. And do we have a motion on the floor to accept the zoning committee statement of consistency and approve this petition?
So. Second.
All right, I think that was, I don't know who,
Driggs.
Mr. Winston and Mr. Driggs.
Watlington and Driggs.
Ms. Watlington and Mr. Driggs, thank you very much. So with that, is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll begin the roll call vote, and we'll start with Mr. Phipps.
Yes.
Mr. Winston,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is item number 11, rezoning petition 2021-188 by Dominion Realty, approximately 15 acres located on the north and south side of Roundtree Road. Current zoning is industrial. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to approve this petition, adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own?
Yeah. So moved.
Second. Driggs.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
All right. The next item in our agenda is rezoning petition 2021-195 by Steel Creek 1997 for approximately 60 acres located on the northeastern quadrant of the interchange of 485 and Arrowwood. It's in District 3. The current zoning is mixed-use development, optional airport noise overlay. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development, optional airport noise overlay, site plan amendment, light industrial conditional airport noise overlay. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to adopt this petition and with the recommendation and the zoning statement's consistency statement? Do I have a motion?
Moved. Driggs.
All right.
Second.
We have a motion by, I couldn't hear who did the second.
I think.
Mr. Eggleston and Mr. Driggs. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to lift up, certainly I can appreciate the work that was done on this petition and acknowledge that in conjunction with the previous petition, there have been some mitigation, traffic and congestion mitigation efforts made here. So certainly want to acknowledge that work that was done by the petitioner. I do, however, want to represent the beliefs or the position of the residents in District 3. I'm sure many of you received some of the same emails that I did. I would like to share that with you all and read it into the record. The residents of Still Creek are at their wits' end when it comes to congestion, particularly during the rush hour times, and they have been agreeable and amenable to work with the petitioner agents. Certainly the Still Creek Resident Association is committed and has been a wonderful partner to date. They have sent over a position letter for this particular petition, and they are officially not opposed, which is not a letter of support, but also not a letter of opposition. That said, an overwhelming amount of residents straight from the district have reached out, and they have been unified in their request. And because of that, I find that it's appropriate to lift that request up for the public at this time. So very briefly, I will read it into the record and pose it for discussion as well as feedback from my colleagues, particularly my at-large representatives, because I'm sure you have heard this as well, given that you share the same constituency. In the past 20 years, the population and density of Still Creek has grown over 200% without infrastructure to support the increased traffic. This has resulted in increased congestion on roads, slower moving traffic, and many intersections not designed to safely handle current increased traffic flow. Additionally, these changes have occurred without addressing required emergency evacuation plans for areas located within 10 miles of a nuclear power plant. Lack of coordination among local, state, and federal authorities has resulted in unsafe and congested traffic patterns that commuters and school buses experience daily. The inability to effectively evacuate the area in the event of a nuclear incident or safely make left-hand turns out of neighborhoods is unacceptable. Therefore, we are asking for your support and urging you and your colleagues to consider implementing the following actions. Impose a moratorium on development in the Still Creek area until traffic improvements are made to address current traffic problems. All future development has to include costs for traffic impacts. Emergency evacuation plans are updated to address 2020 population growth and any approved development. Comprehensive development and transportation plans are reviewed and updated. End the reliance on developer-generated site-specific traffic studies. Prepare a valid, comprehensive traffic impact study of Still Creek using 2020 census and updated development metrics. As I mentioned, I received this from many in Still Creek, and the overwhelming sentiment is that enough is enough, and they would like to see some concerted effort around addressing traffic. Certainly, considering the recent release of our strategic mobility plan, and in particular, some of the ordinance work that's happening in regards to how do we manage traffic, what do our traffic impact study requirements look like. Right now, we're at 2,500. I do know that that is coming down as a result of the work. In light of that, I'm hopeful that many of the things that were listed here are already in progress and certainly have been a part of some of that work. But at this point, many of the residents are ready to see us take a more firm approach to building in this area. Again, I acknowledge that this particular petition has leaned on the previous petition to address traffic mitigation concerns. However, I'm lifting this up as a matter of policy, and I do hope that we're able to discuss this going forward. Certainly, we can take a look at where a moratorium would be appropriate within Still Creek or other areas across the city. We certainly want to be amenable to growth in our community, and we understand that we'd like to increase the housing supply. Also, however, we want to protect our competitive advantage here in Charlotte and ensure that people who already live here are able to enjoy a good quality of life. I offer that to my colleagues. I will not be supporting this particular petition. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Driggs, do you have a comment?
I just wanted to say briefly, I think those are valid concerns, but we can't resolve them on the back of this petition. I have issues as well on Providence Road I think in general, the tension between needing to create more housing in order to keep housing costs down and being respectful of the infrastructure constraints that we're working against is a serious issue. But I do feel that we cannot take this opportunity to try and take action on that by denying this petition. So I'm supporting it. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Winston?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I understand the concerns of the people of Steel Creek. I live just around the corner for where this petition is, right off of Tryon, South Tryon and Arrowwood. So I understand. But we've got to be honest with our neighbors over here and really kind of understand, as Mr. Drake said, we can't deal with this petition to petition necessarily, or at least definitely not on this petition. But we need to understand the enemy that we're fighting here. The enemy that we're fighting here is not necessarily development, but it's history of how this region was developed over hundreds of years. Steel Creek, as many places in the Carolinas and around Charlotte, is defined by farm to market roads, right? Farm to market roads that still to this day present the lifelines from rural communities to the markets of urban cores. This area used to be defined by large tract plantations and farms. And so these roads exist because of that. And then you go into a different form of growth and development patterns. These were perfect places for the type of suburban sprawl development that defined many cities, in particular Charlotte and the growing regions around South Carolina that, again, as folks came into our urban core. And they're not sufficient to support the type of dense urbanism or the type of urbanism that is showing up in Steel Creek. So, you know, in order to deal with the issues that we're facing in Steel Creek, I don't know if any of those things that are listed necessarily get us closer if we don't deal with changing the layout and reliance on these farm to market roads for people to get from point A to point B. And to that end, the idea of a moratorium is simply a false pretense. It holds no truth in ability or where it would get us. If we just did a moratorium on conditional or even conventional rezonings, then you would still get by right development that would possibly get worse, make conditions worse as they move forward. Because what the community is asking for is development actually of better transportation infrastructure. And you don't get development with a moratorium. And even if we were to somehow convince landowners to stop development, i.e. create even a by right moratorium, that would mean all of a sudden this area is not growing, it's dying, but that also doesn't stop the development further down these farm to market roads, which would further congest Steel Creek as people drive through them, and again, create an even worse situation. So if we're being honest, you know, there are probably three things that we need to be putting our efforts and energy on, and this has to start from both us in government, but as the community. We can figure out how to go up to Raleigh, to advocate, not just to the legislature, because this is an executive branch issue, with the to employ different growth and development patterns on farm to market roads, or particularly in Steel Creek, But as I talked to some of, being that I'm co-chair of the Intergovernmental Committee, as I talked to some of our delegation from Raleigh, they say, we need to be prepared if we're going to try to push in that direction, that the state might say, go turn around and say, you know what, here, these can be your roads now, and you have to take care of them. I don't think this council member is against that, but if that does happen, then we have to have a very serious discussion on where does the revenue come from to deal with this. What I'm trying to highlight here is that this is a systemic issue, and we have to approach it from that perspective. And the idea of pushing some type of development moratorium, while it might be popular in certain circles of our constituencies, it is a dishonest policy approach, and it is not even practically executable because of the by right status. But I think we should definitely have a conversation. Hopefully we can, during this small area planning process, I would hope that the Steel Creek area, once the UDO is passed and we get into that process, I would hope that Steel Creek is one of the first areas that we consider because something certainly needs to be done, but a moratorium is not it. Thank you.
Any other comments? Ms. Heiss, Mayor Pro Tem? I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, I think Ms. Johnson, it's not on the screen now, but denied it. The screen was just white. Ms. Johnson, we're figuring it out, but Ms. Johnson? And then followed by the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to ask Mr. Pettin a question about this particular area. Ms. Watlington mentioned a nuclear plant and a required evacuation plan or a disaster plan. Are you familiar with that? Are we compliant with that? Is that something that needs to be considered for this area?
That would be handled through other channels than the zoning department. I'm not sure who at the city level would be coordinating that. I imagine some of it's state, some of it's probably down in South Carolina as well, but it's not something that I'm familiar with.
So I think you're talking about the Lake Wiley nuclear plant. I think it's located in South Carolina, and that would be the responsibility, I guess, of that state to do that. I do know that in our area where we have the plant up at Lake Norman, the Charlotte Fire Department is responsible for it, Ms. Johnson.
So the letter mentioned that and mentioned requirements for an evacuation. I think it said 10 miles of the plant. Is that something that we need to know about? If it's something that we should be compliant with? And as far as Ms. Watlington's developments, we see monthly that she has the rezoning in her area is higher than in some others. So again, we've talked about the traffic and the need for cumulative traffic impacts. So I hear her residents, like I hear the other ones in the city. So I don't know why Mr. Winston says a moratorium is dishonest. It seems at least something that we could consider, even if it were for 60 or 90 days in certain areas. So to get studies or to get answers to questions like, should we be considering nuclear plant evacuations or something? And I understand what you said, Mr. Driggs. We've talked about this for years. It shouldn't be the developers' responsibilities. It's our responsibilities to listen to our residents and address these issues. So I guess my question is there a nuclear disaster plan or nuclear disaster plan that we should be aware of before approving any more development in this area? Ms. Wallington, do you have any information, or maybe you can read that again for those who might not have heard it, but the resident mentioned a nuclear disaster plan that's required, right?
The residents have mentioned a lack of a nuclear evacuation plan, though the plan is in South Carolina. Certainly, South Carolina is not responsible for the evacuation of North Carolina roads. So I think it's worth finding out from staff if something does in fact exist and when the last time it's been updated. Thank you for highlighting that.
So, Ms. Johnson, I just want to make sure that you would like to have the information on the nuclear evacuation plans for the two nuclear plants that are one's in North Carolina and the one in South Carolina. You'd like to have more information on that. I'm sure we can get that to you. It's just I don't think the question has come up, so we can get that to you. I can't hear you. You're on mute.
Specifically, do we need to consider that when we're looking at development in the Still Creek area, or is there a radius that we need to be aware of when we're approving?
I believe the requirement's a federal requirement. It's not a local requirement. It's a federal requirement that's met by the agency assigned. So I think we'd have to get more information for you, and glad to ask our chief to send that information out. But I do think it's federal more than local. It's like federal decides what you do, and then the local implements it.
Okay, thank you.
We'll get the information, though. All right? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we've been having this conversation for a while, and I think it's definitely a worthwhile conversation. I don't know what the solution is, but I guess I'm frustrated that we're having it on the night of a zoning when we're supposed to vote this up or down. It's not the place to do it. I mean, it's yeah, we need to have conversations about escape routes for a nuclear disaster or whatnot, but again, you don't do it at the night that we're going to be voting on this. So this took me by surprise. I got a call from the developer today, which I didn't realize that there was opposition. So I'm going to be supporting it because I don't think it's right to pull out the rug at the last minute. And we've got to if people have concerns about these things, we need to get them on the table sooner and have a better conversation about what our alternatives are. In terms of a moratorium, I think to Mr. Driggs' point, I don't know what the answer to that is. We've been told that that's just going to push development over the border, and those folks are still going to be using those roads because they work in Mecklenburg County. 51% of the people that work in Uptown come from outside of the county, so they're still going to be coming. That's the issue that we have to address, and that's why we really need to be talking about transportation more comprehensively within the context of our development. So, thank you.
All right. Mr. Driggs?
I'm fine, Mayor. My hand was still up.
Okay. Mr. Phipps?
Yes, I recall working on the Still Creek Small Area Plan as a planning commissioner back in 2012, and it took a long time to develop this plan, but even shortly thereafter, after the plan was approved and adopted, the plan had to be revisited because of the growth patterns in the Still Creek area. So even back then, the area was growing past what we had already approved in that small area plan. So here it is, I guess, back now in the mid 20s here, 2000s, we're back at this same situation where that area is experiencing tremendous growth, largely because there's still large tracts of land in that area. I mean, University City was the same way. I guess they had large tracts of land, but nothing compared to Still Creek. I'm surprised they still got large tracts of land in Steel Creek as much as we've been doing rezonings here, but I would agree that this is an area, I mean, this and some others around Charlotte that probably we definitely need to take a look at. And I don't know if we're going to, solve anything here tonight, but it's definitely something that needs to be considered. So I don't know what the procedure is. How do we get this on some sort of discussion matrix and just to thrash it out to see what are our options that we could come up with. But I do know that anytime that M word is used, it's almost like a red flare goes up in the minds of some people. So I would hope that we could avoid that. But it is something that needs to be studied and considered. Thanks.
All right.
Ms. Watlington.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to respond. With all due respect to the Mayor Pro Tem, this should not be a surprise. This is something we talk about on an almost monthly basis. And to Councilmember Phipps' point, at some point, we've got to take it up. And I would imagine that we would take it up in the TAP committee. I certainly can understand why folks feel like this is a broader conversation. I agree with that. This is certainly a broader conversation. So make the decision how you will on this particular petition. But I think we got to stop saying we can't talk about it on this particular petition, because we're going to have that same conversation the next month and the next month and the next month. Let's just get it on the agenda and discuss what we need to about what's the proper way to go forward.
Can I
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I guess my point was, Ms. Watlington, that I didn't hear from you on this. I'm just hearing from you now in the meeting while we're taking a vote.
And that's fine. Vote on it how you will on this particular petition, but I'm talking about the overall issue.
And the overall issue.
And they've been sending emails
The
on
whole city. I mean, we need to address this for the whole city.
Agreed. Agreed.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Newton, are you raising your hand? Okay.
No, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, so we'll have a roll call vote on the petition. I think everyone has had an opportunity to speak. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
No.
Mr. Newton?
No.
Ms. Watlington?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I just want to say that we had our first meeting this morning, and it was about the Unified Development Ordinance, and a large part of the discussion that we had was about this very same issue, about the idea of how are we going to have growth, transportation, and make this a city that's connected. Mr. Winston went through a lot of the history of why we are who we are and what we're doing, but the bottom line is that there are two choices here. We have to figure out how we're going to have revenue to do this work and what kind of revenue we're going to have to do this work. Because right now, if we had to change and improve every bit of our transportation system, I mean, we would actually make our city impossible for people that are working class to live in. And that's not our goal. Our goal is to have people of all diversity and income types to be able to live here. So at some point, we have to decide if we're going to do something about this, and it's going to take money, and it's going to take a choice and a decision. We talked about our transit system. It was the same discussion in District 5 this morning about, well, how do we not have, how do we decrease the use of cars and increase the use of transit? So at some point, the discussion is way beyond how this immediate growth is going. It's actually, what are we willing to pay to do? And who's going to pay to do it, and to say to people that this is going to take, if we changed our entire bus system, I think the estimate was 4 years to get 15 and 30-minute routes. If we talk about differences in how we're going to build roads, those things take time, 4 to 5 years. So you have to be realistic and know that one of the things we could do is put a sign up and say, you know, this is place where growth is so fast and happening so quickly that we can't keep up. I mean, we could just advertise it. We could just say that. But I don't think that that's the kind of city that we are, that we actually tackle problems. And at some point, if it's good to have it in committee about zoning decisions and growth patterns, but this is all about what is our infrastructure going to be and the willingness to begin to address it and fund it. And that's a very tough decision and choice to make, but at some point, we have to be truthful to the people that live here and say it has to be made. So with that, we'll move to item 13. And item 13 is petition 2021-199 by Nest Homes Communities, approximately 2/10 of an acre located on the south side of North Davison Street. It is currently zoning single-family residential. The requested zoning is urban residential conditional. The staff and the zoning committee recommend approval of this, but there have been some changes since the petition came to us from the zoning committee. So, Mr. Pettin, if you would go through and explain what those changes are.
Sure, thank you. The petition had several changes, mainly just some conditional notes being clarified. The first was noted the existing bike lane along North Davidson would be maintained. Also added a 5-foot internal sidewalk to connect sidewalk systems along North Davidson Street. Added a site plan note that specified dedication and fee simple conveyance of all rights-of-way to the city before the site's first CO. And also revised the site plan and conditional notes to commit to dedicate a 30-foot right-of-way from the road center line. Added language to state in the site plan note that all transportation improvements would be approved and constructed before that certificate of occupancy is needed. And then revised the site plan and conditional note to specify that a 2-foot sidewalk utility easement would be set at the back of sidewalk. All of those have been added. There are no outstanding issues, and those are pretty minor changes that staff does not believe warrant additional review by the zoning committee. Thank you.
All right, do I have a motion that the staff believes the changes are minor and do not warrant return to the zoning committee?
Mayor?
Yes?
I had not, well, if I did, I did not see these changes, and there had been some things that the neighborhood association asked about, and if it's at all possible to slot this one at the bottom of our decisions, I'd like to make a quick call and compare these changes to the notes that I'd received from the neighborhood association, because I did not see these prior to today. Is that possible?
Certainly, we can do that. We'll come back to item number 13 at the end of our decision agenda. So the next item on our agenda is item number 14, petition 2021-2001 by Blue Azalea for approximately 1 acre located on the northwest quadrant of the intersection of Weddington and Balcom. It is currently zoned single-family residential. The proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to accept the zoning committee statements of consistency as our own and adopt this petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second, Driggs.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll begin our roll call vote. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Our next item is item 15, petition 2021-0204 by William Walkoff for approximately 6.8 acres located on the southeast intersection of W.T. Harris and Hendry Roads. It's in District 4. The current zoning is general industrial, and the proposed zoning is light industrial conditional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to adopt the statement of consistency as our own and approve this petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second, Driggs.
We have a motion and a second. Is there discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll begin our roll call vote. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Ms.
I
Johnson?
say yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, our next item is item number 16, rezoning petition by the, petition 2021-207 by the Charlotte Regional Visitors Authority, really an agent of the city of Charlotte, for approximately 3.7 acres on the southeastern corner of the intersection of Independence and Paul Buck Boulevard. It's in District 1. The current zoning is general business. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development optional. The staff and the zoning committee recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to accept the zoning committee's statement of consistency and approve this petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, multiple ones, so I guess this is going to be pretty easy. Is there any discussion or comment? Hearing no discussion, we'll begin the vote. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
All right. The next item on our next is item 17, petition 2021-222 by Rad Snyder, approximately 21 acres bound on the west side of Beatty's Ford and South Cowboy Lane. It's in the ETJ and Commissioner Leek and Councilmember Graham's closest area. The current zoning is single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is multifamily residential conditional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to accept the zoning committee statement of consistency and approve this petition?
So moved. Driggs?
All right, Mr. Driggs has,
Second.
Mr. Phipps, second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, roll call. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Next item is item 18, petition 2021-226 by AREP Galloway for approximately 8 acres on the south side of Galloway Road. The current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. The zoning committee recommends approval as well as the staff. Do I have a motion to accept the zoning committee statement of consistency and adopt it as our own and approve this petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
We have a second. Thank you. It's a motion and second. Any discussion?
Yes, Mayor, please.
Yes, Ms. Johnson.
Yes, I'd just like to thank the developer for the concessions that were made. They did agree to vinyl fencing, a privacy fence, increased distance between the existing home and the proposed development, and also they're limiting the height of the units on the buildings that are closest to the development. So I just wanted to say thank you, that it's appreciated that the developer listened and worked with the community. And for that reason, I'll be supporting. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, we'll start the roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
All right, thank you. That petition passes. The next item is item 19, petition 2021-230 by Providence Group Capital for approximately 4/10 of an acre on the east side of South Tryon. It's in District 3. The current zoning is Transit-Oriented Development Neighborhood Center, and the proposed zoning is Transit-Oriented Development Urban Center. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to approve this petition and adopt the statement of consistency as our own?
So moved.
All right, Ms. Watlington, and we have a second by Mr. Newton. Any discussion on this? Hearing no discussion. I'm sorry, Ms. Watlington?
Yes, I just wanted to note that the upcoming proposed station nearest here is funded. I just wanted to call that out, that we're starting to see increased development around this area, and some residents have noted a concern that they weren't sure whether or not this station was actually coming, but this one in particular is funded.
All right, thank you for sharing that information. All right, Any other comments? All right, hearing no other comments, we'll start the vote. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
All right. Item 20 is petition 2021-231 by Emory Investment Corp. for approximately 4/10 of an acre located at the intersection of Pearson and Chippendale. It's in District 5. The current zoning is single-family residential 5. The proposed zoning is single-family residential 6. And the zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to accept the zoning committee statement of consistency and adopt this petition?
Motion to approve and adopt.
All right, do I have a second?
Driggs.
All right, thank you. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll start the roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem. Ms. Watlington? I know, there you go.
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Item number 21, petition by 2021-233 by Hopper Communities for approximately 6.5 acres located on Inhaven Lane and the west side of Elm Lane. It's in District 7. Sorry, I'm about to give away your petition, Mr. Driggs.
It's okay.
Okay, the current zoning is R3, single family, and the proposed zoning is R12, multifamily. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval. Do I have a motion to accept the statement of consistency as our own and adopt the petition?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion, a second?
Second.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Mayor, just a brief comment.
Yes, Mr. Driggs?
I think this is good land use at this location, so I recommend it to all of us. I will note that there are concerns on Enthaven about traffic safety at the junction with Elm, and in general about the growth in traffic because of school development along there. CDOT is working on that. I will continue to follow it, but this is a good petition and should pass. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So having no further discussion, I'm sorry, is there any further comment? Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem? Okay, I'll come back. Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes. The next petition is 2021-236 by RJS Properties for approximately 1.8 acres located on the south side of Roundtree and Minuet Lane. It's in District 3. The current zoning is general industrial, and the proposed zoning is transit-oriented development community center. The staff and the zoning committee makes a recommendation to approve. Do I have a motion to accept the zoning committee's recommendation as our own and approve this petition?
So moved.
Second.
All right. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll go ahead and begin our roll call vote. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
All right. Next item is item 23, petition 2021 by Drakeford Communities for approximately 9.3 acres located on the west side of East W.T. Harris and District 4. The current zoning is office conditional. The proposed zoning is multifamily residential conditional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to accept the zoning committee's statement of consistency? I'm sorry. Oh, this one had changes as well. You are so, thank you so much, Madam Clerk, for doing this. This one has changes in it as well, so I'm going to go ahead and put the motion on the floor and then ask Mr. Pettin to read the changes that are in it. So with that, do I have a motion to consider this item, to approve it? No, I have to do the other one first. Okay,
we'll do the
sorry.
changes first.
I'm just trying, I'm in a roll here, you know, I'm trying to get through here, so for our 20 zoning hearings that we have left. All right, Mr. Pettin, explain why this is,
Okay.
what the changes are.
Sure. The changes after zoning committee for this was to provide usable common open space of not less than 1,000 square feet that would contain 2 benches and walks. Notes the driveway shall be a minimum of 10 feet in width and built per the CLDSM standards for a residential alley. Rescinds the staff request to provide a note committing to enhance possible water quality via approved plantings and features. Also updates language for solid waste on site to reflect the petitioner will provide the area per ordinance standards. Adds notes that propose 45,000 square feet of the required 61,052 square feet of required tree save have an option to pay in lieu because it is in a corridor. So again, staff believes the changes are minor, do not warrant additional review by the zoning committee. We'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Pettin? Hearing no questions, do I have a motion that staff believes the changes are, to recommend the changes are minor and do not warrant additional review by the zoning committee?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second?
Second.
All right, thank you. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Mayor.
All right, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge the developer on this petition. You all may or may not remember, but this was the development where the petitioner and also the neighborhood leader spoke last month. The neighborhood leader had previously been opposed to development in this area, and Mr. Drakeford worked early on with the neighborhood, and they worked very closely, and the residents were able to come in support. So I'm just very proud of this development. I think this is the standard that we should all set and have for developments where the residents feel listened to. We know the city's growing. So it's our job to kind of negotiate that and mediate that and try to listen. And I'm just very happy about this petition. This is one of the highlights of my terms thus far. I mean, there have been a few, but this was good. This is good. So thank you to Mr. Drakeford and to the Farms community for really staying engaged and helping to have a good development in the area. So I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. So do I have a motion on the floor to accept the staff recommendation that the changes are minor? We'll start the roll call voting. We'll start with Ms. Johnson.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
All right, now let's go to the actual petition, and do I have a motion to approve the zoning committee statement of consistency and approve this petition as our own? I mean, the statement of consistency our own and approve this petition. So with, do I have a
So
motion?
moved.
Second.
Do I have a motion and a second? Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
All right, I think that's our last decision, so we come back to the decision that Mr. Eggleston asked us to defer, and that...
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to defer petition 2021-199 for 1 month.
Second.
We have a motion for a deferral of the petition for 1 month. Let's see, is there any discussion of it? Of
I
the
can explain
deferral?
if anyone would like, but these changes, I think some of them are moving in the right direction, but are not quite to the point where the neighborhood is comfortable, and they think that there can be more progress made with a little bit more time.
Okay. Any questions or comments on the deferral? All right, so let's go I'll start the roll call vote for the deferral for 1 month. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Okay. That is the end of our decisions for this month. So now, does anyone need a break before we continue to our public hearings? All right. We'll now go to our public hearings, and as just a reminder that if there are speakers that are in opposition, the time is different. It's 10 minutes. The staff will give a brief presentation. The petitioner will have 3 minutes or 10. If there's opposition will have 10, and then the petition has a rebuttal. And with that, we'll begin with our very first item. 2021-24 has been withdrawn, 2021-228 withdrawn, deferred is 2021-234. So our first petition is item number 27, petition 2021-112 by Cambridge Properties for approximately 15.5 acres located on the east and west side of IKEA Boulevard. It's in District 4. The current zoning is general business conditional. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development optional MUD. CD, well, I'm sorry, I should read it. Mixed-use development conditional, general business conditional with 5-year vested rights. Staff is recommending approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues. We do have one speaker speaking in favor, Mr. Priester. I don't have the virtual signs on this one yet, so I think he is here. Okay, thank you. And so we will go ahead and have the staff do the presentation, and then we'll hear from our speaker.
Okay, thank you. 2021-112, that's approximately 15.5 acres on the east and west side of IKEA Boulevard, south of University City Boulevard, and west of North Tryon Street. It's currently zoned B2 conditional. The proposed zoning is for MUD optional, MUD conditional, and B2 conditional with 5-year vested rights being requested. Adopted future land use from the Blue Line Extension University City Area Plan recommends residential and office uses at this site. The proposal itself is for up to 350 multifamily units on Parcel A, up to 20,000 square feet of automobile dealership, including vehicle servicing, office space, retail, and vehicle sales, with a maximum building height of 48 feet on Parcel B. Allows surface and/or structured parking on Parcel B. The structured parking will be limited to 60 feet in height. Allows for a master project identification sign on Parcel C, and then also allows a sports court, linear park, walking trail, dog park, community garden, open space, outdoor fitness area on Parcels D and E, and then commits to an 8-foot planting strip, 6-foot sidewalk along Drivers Way and Tryon Park Road. Optional provisions requested are for a master project identification sign up to 35 feet in height with the sign face of up to 360 square feet, and also commits to architectural details for building facade placement along streets, massing and facade modulations, blank wall expanse limitations, screened parking decks, 5% of parking spaces dedicated to EVs, pitched roofs, and screened service areas. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. It's overall consistent with the Blue Line Extension Plan for the residential and office uses. The retail uses that are being requested are inconsistent with the plan, but staff does feel that the overall land uses that are being proposed do fit well with that Blue Line Extension area plan. And again, we do recommend approval upon resolution of outstanding issues, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Priestler. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. Jay Priester with Cambridge Properties. Next slide, please. So the Entertainment District is a multi-phase development. We've been through one zoning thus far. The first phase was for the Topgolf, which is existing today and operating. The next phase this evening is for 350 multifamily units on Parcel A. Parcel B is being proposed for a parking garage for the dealership. So what we're going to be doing is removing, and since I don't have a mouse, I'm going to point to the screen if staff can point to the screen for the at-home viewers. This is the surface parking lot today being used for the Parks Chevrolet dealership. So this is where they park their inventory. The plan is to move the inventory into an enclosed garage here with a 20,000 square foot new building, which is for the growth of the dealership, which also will create a more urban dealership. We also will be adding this linear park. This is land underneath a 140-foot wide transmission line today, so it's quite unsightly. And so our objective is to create and use that space and maintain that space. Next slide, please. This is a recent drone picture of the site, so you can see the dealership on the corner of University Boulevard and IKEA Boulevard. Parcel B is the parking garage for the inventory, so that will all be housed up to 4 stories in that deck. We also will have a building here to hard edge that corner of IKEA. Parcel A is the multifamily of 350 apartments, and again, the linear park along the side of IKEA, which is complementary to the 10-foot wide multi-use path that we've already constructed in the first phase. Next slide. This is looking back from Topgolf towards IKEA Boulevard, or IKEA Boulevard's here, University City Boulevard is here. But I think it's important to note the location of the light rail transit stop. We're within a quarter-mile walk, so these 350 apartments will be able to have an easy access, along with the 10-foot multi-use path that we've built, and also the park that we're at Linear Park, to really bring these developments together that are currently bifurcated by this 140-foot easement. This shows the surface parking lot that is going to go away, with the new inventory lot being built in the structured deck across the closer to the dealership. Lastly, just wanted to make note of the infrastructure that we put in phase 1. So this is a very urban streetscape with parallel parking throughout on all 4 sides. We've constructed the majority of the sidewalks. We'll finish the missing sidewalks here with this development. And also the pedestrian scale street lights, if you can see those here, and street trees that we've installed. Next slide. Just wanted to give a little bit more zoomed in case there are any questions, but happy to answer anything related to our petition. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the petitioner at this time?
Ms. Johnson.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you very much. I do have a question. Thank you for the presentation. It looks like a very nice development. You mentioned that it's a quarter-mile from the train. There's urban streetscape. It's an entertainment area. Is there any affordable or workforce housing in any of the proposed in any of the units?
There's not any proposed in this first phase.
Okay. Is it planned for any of the phases?
We're still programming it. We've got a total of 50 acres here, and so what we're trying to do is slowly tee this up. I do not know if we will have another residential component to it. So there's not, I can't say for a fact there is any additional residential that will be a part of this.
We can't ask that, I don't believe.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Winston.
Thank you. I just have a question for the petitioner, just for my edification. Why did we decide to go with a MUD zoning as opposed to TOD zoning?
When we originally met with staff, we kind of talked about both. We did do MUD under the Topgolf zoning, so for consistency, we did. I think there's also a level of flexibility as we look at different phases here from a parking standard. We're obviously very hopeful that more people will continue to use the train, but until that point, we still, some of the governance with the parking requirements got a little bit too thin for the development.
I'm glad I asked it. That's very interesting. Staff, I wonder if you just have any feedback into the process of how we got to MUDO versus TOD, and I don't think it's necessarily detrimental or anything like that, but maybe something we can continue to talk about offline. Of it seems like this would be the exact type of area and type of development where something like transit-oriented development zoning districts were intended for. So, wondering, the thought process there and what that means for future TOD development in areas that are similar to university.
Yeah, but as we mentioned, there was some discussion about both, and I think part of the opportunities that we saw with the potential for a conditional plan also gave us some opportunity, like I said, to program some of that open space. That linear park was something that we wanted to make sure we had some commitments to and some clarification on. That was something we also worked with the folks at University City Partners on to kind of talk through what would be the best outcome for that area. So I think when it all was said and done, there were, like I said, a good opportunity for both zoning districts. But when we got the opportunity to do that conditional plan, we wanted to make sure we got some things programmed in there that we felt were important for the area that maybe TOD by right wouldn't have that same outcome for us.
Thank you very much. Mm-hmm. That's it.
Mayor Pro Tem? I have a question. This, I'm familiar with, I guess, working with this plan when Topgolf was being envisioned and things. Is this plan substantially the same as the original vision for this second phase as it was when you first announced it?
That's a good question. A few things have changed. One, we acquired an additional 15 acres to the south of this, so we've been able to transition and move some of the additional retail, and we're going to adaptively reuse another building. This parcel here has presented some topography issues. This was supposed to be more of a retail parcel, but with the topography there, as IKEA Boulevard kind of goes up, it made it very difficult to create what you would think of as more of a flatter retail site. So being able to move the multifamily to this site where it can be more adaptive to the topography and build within the land made it a little bit more feasible. The other thing that is nicer about this is a little bit closer to the light rail transit than the other spot further to the south that we had otherwise identified.
With respect to those, the two parcels you got there for the linear park, what's the plan for those to be amenitized? I mean, are they going to have like benches and things, or it's just a doggy park, or how does that work?
Yes, exactly. So we are meeting all our open space requirements within each individual parcel. So this is an additional item we would like to do because we think it will create a better streetscape coming in. And it also feels very divisive from the light rail transit station to our project, as well as our neighbor. We are not the developers of this project, but this project, it really separates us because it's such a massive transmission easement. So we want to bring it together. So we were actually, in conjunction with the University Partners, going to contribute to building this as more of a public open space, as well as the developer over here is also going to be participating in that. So it's really a joint effort between three parties.
All right, thank you. Are there any more questions?
Move to close.
Second.
I have a motion to close and a second. Roll call vote. I'll be glad when we can do these just by voice and be done. But right now, we still have to go with the roll call vote. All right, so to close the public hearing, Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
All right, and so the next hearing is rezoning petition 2021-240 by Ascent Real Estate Capital for approximately 1.6 acres located southeast intersection of Abbey Place and Hedgemore and south of Montford. It's in District 6. The current zoning is mixed-use development conditional. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development optional. Staff recommends approval upon resolution of outstanding issues on site, building design, and some technical revisions. So with that, we'll hear from the staff and our speakers on this petition. I'm going to assume Mr. Brown will coordinate and everyone is virtual. Okay?
All right, thank you. 2021-240, it's 1.67 acres at Abbey Place and Hedgemore Drive over in the Montford area. This is currently zoned MUD conditional. The proposed zoning is for MUD optional. The adopted future land use from the Park Woodlawn area plan does recommend residential, office, and retail mixed use. This area is also in an identified activity center. The proposal is for up to 252 multifamily dwelling units and up to 3,500 square feet of retail, sale, or professional and general office uses on the first floor, ground floor. Maximum building height would be 95 feet. Illustrates that there are 2 vehicular access points, one on Abbey Place and one on Hedgemore Drive. A 10-foot sidewalk and 8-foot planting strip would be constructed along the site's frontage. The sidewalk would be 12 feet where it abuts those buildings, and that sidewalk may also meander a bit around some of the large mature trees in an effort to maintain those on site. Does commit to architectural standards related to exterior building materials, things like screening of mechanical equipment, building modulation, limitations on blank wall expanses, et cetera. Does provide urban open space at a rate of 1 square feet for every 100 square feet of building area. And also dedicates an area to Mecklenburg County Parks and Rec, which would be approximately 0.39 acres on the east side of the site for greenway and recreational purposes. Does request an optional provision to allow 1 parking space per residential unit for 90% of the units. That's a 10% reduction of the required parking that would be in the MUD district. Retail uses would be parked at the minimum requirements for MUD, so no deviation from those standards. Does commit to provide bike storage, which would be in excess of the 10% of those MUD standards, and also will provide some refrigerated space for grocery delivery services. MUD standard requires 1 bike space per 20 units, and again, that would be exceeded by 10% with this proposal. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some outstanding issues related to site and building design and tech revisions related to site and building design and environment to be worked through. It is consistent with the Park Woodlawn Area Plan recommendation. And again, we do recommend approval upon resolution of those issues. And we'll be happy to take any questions following the presentation by the petitioner team. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brown, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, Madam Mayor, council members, Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioner, Ascent Real Estate Capital. I'll move quickly because we have a loaded agenda tonight, as you mentioned. An area that is seeing a good bit of redevelopment, this Montford Park area. Dave has done a nice job on his overview, so I'll move quickly, but would say, so that you know, the existing zoning on the site was zoned maybe 8 years or so ago now for a multifamily development. You are looking at the approved conditional plan. And these are the approved drawings. It looks very similar to what we are planning, just a little bit more density on the site. As I think you know, the Ascent team, working with David Furman, is really looking into more. And someone may ask, these are market units, but they are more affordable than what else we're seeing in the market. And the reason is they're just more smaller units, frankly. And so that is the purpose of this rezoning, is to take this site that's already entitled for multifamily, update the entitlements a bit. We do think the design is actually a little bit more functional. You can see it here working with the proposed greenway. One of the things Mr. Furman has done is, typically we see these pool decks that are kind of tucked away in the middle of the building. This would have it opening up to Abbey Place. So it's kind of addressing the street, has a staircase leading up to that to open it up, putting some focus on the corner. So we think this will be a nice addition to the neighborhood, adding some more urban density to support the kind of retail revitalization that we're having there. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, are there questions for the staff or the petitioner?
Move to close.
All right.
Second.
We have a motion to close the public hearing. Any discussion? All right, hearing no discussion. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
All right. The next petition is item 29, petition 2021-249 by Mill Creek Residential for approximately 25.5 acres on the west side of Steel Creek Road, south of Sledge Road. It's in District 3. The current zoning is single-family residential. The requested zoning is innovative, mixed-use, innovative neighborhood services. Staff recommends approval of the petition upon resolution on issues on transportation, environment, site, and building design. On this one, we have Ms. Grant will lead us off. Everyone's virtual except, I believe, is Mr. Shires virtual? He's here. Mr. Shires is here. Okay, thank you, Mr. Shires. So we'll begin with the staff presentation.
Okay, thank you. 2021-249, it's 25.46 acres. It's located on the west side of Steel Creek Road, south of the intersection of Steel Creek and Sledge Road. Currently zoned R3. Proposed zoning is for MX2 with innovative provisions, as well as a portion of the site being requested to rezone to NS for some neighborhood service uses. Adopted future land use from the Steel Creek Area Plan recommends residential up to 4 dwelling units per acre for this site. The proposal is for up to 160 attached and/or detached dwelling units. That would come in at about 6.28 DUA, and also would provide up to 7,700 square feet of retail and/or office use. As you can see, that highlighted right along Steel Creek Road in that reddish-pink portion of the site. Does prohibit the following uses that are found in NS. That'd be accessory drive-throughs, automobile service stations, equipment rental and leasing, funeral homes and embalming, and tattoo establishments. Those would all be prohibited in that area, proposed to be rezoned to NS. Does request the following innovative provisions. That would be internal streets shall have public access easements with a cross-section of 2 10-foot lanes and 2-foot 6-inch curb and gutter. That would be a total of 25 feet back of curb to back of curb. No minimum lot size or width. A minimum building separation of 7 feet. Public street frontage and private street frontage will not be required for the units. Setback along private street A would be 16 feet from back of curb. Private streets B and C would be 14 feet from back of curb with an 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalk, and a 30-foot setback would be provided from Steel Creek Road. Transportation improvements would include a 50-foot right-of-way dedication from the Steel Creek Road center line. Also would include a 12-foot multi-use path along Steel Creek Road, left and right turn lane construction on Steel Creek Road at the intersection of Private Road C. That would be the main entrance there, just north of that retail component. Does include architectural commitments for blank wall limitations and usable porches and stoops as predominant features for the residential units, and also commits to 10% of the site being reserved for open space with amenities. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation, the environment, and site building design, and we will be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Grant?
Good evening, Mayor Lyles, members of council, members of the zoning committee. Bridget Grant, land use consultant with Moore & Van Allen. Pleased to be here tonight with Willie Morris and Lucas Shires with Mill Creek Residential. Lucas was just excited to attend a meeting in person. We're also supported by DRG and Thomas Tapaporo. As Dave described, there is a range of zoning in the area, and the site is located on Steel Creek Road. There is, while the adopted policy for place types has been adopted yet not implemented, we think it's important to discuss the fact that this is consistent with the N1 place type. Throughout the presentation, you'll see that the land use, character, mobility, and building form and open spacing all propose with this aligned place type. We are proposing housing options in the form of single and duplex cottages on a traditional block grid neighborhood oriented to open space. This plan sets out the street network. Our original plan was residential only, and we received stakeholder feedback that we should entertain providing retail to better align with the 10-minute neighborhood given our location on Steel Creek Road. That said, we added that retail component in the red. When you look at the rendered site plan and all the yellow circles that are called out are individual parks and parklets, it also reflects the extensive connectivity options away from Steel Creek Road. As Dave noted, we're proposing 160 residential units with 7,700 square feet of that neighborhood serving retail. There are a few precedent images that depict the type of community that Mill Creek is proposing. Let me get the slide placed back. Our open spaces throughout is an organizing element. We have over a half acre of small parks. We've got 2.55 acres of overall open space throughout the community. We have a traditional neighborhood block structure, connections to adjacent development, commitments to architectural features, extensive tree save, and again, that 12-foot multi-use path. It is timely that the Charlotte Observer published 2 articles yesterday, both about demand. One focused on lack of homes for sale, the other focused on increasing rental costs. Both indicated that increases in pricing caused in part by supply shortage. We need housing to support the jobs we're attracting. We need housing for the recently approved hospital and the employees that will come with it, and rooftop support area businesses. I also want to take a minute to just talk about connectivity. By adhering to the subdivision ordinance, we're providing alternative connections out to Shopton and Sledge. This demonstrates the absolute intent of connectivity, mobility, and options. Infill development extends the options. Transportation improvements cannot always be achieved through road widening, and we know we cannot always wait for the state. And so I think this is just intended to show how we're getting some connectivity through some other options. Again, I also want to note that there's development pressures in the area. So we went back and took a look at our comp plan alignment. We were already aligned with goal 1, 2, 5, and 7, where walkable retail, choice and variety of housing types, that extensive street network, and extensive open space. But we also plan to include a commitment to affordable housing in our next submittal to strengthen goal 2 and to also address goal 3, which is housing access for all. We appreciate staff support and that no one signed up to speak in opposition.
Ms. Grant?
Yes.
That's
Yes.
it. 3 minutes done. All right,
We're done.
appreciate it. So that, we do not have any speakers against, so we'll continue with questions for the staff or the petitioner. Questions, please.
Move to close public hearing.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to close the public hearing. We'll begin any discussion or comment. All right, hearing no discussion or comments. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston? All right,
Yes.
thank you. The next item on our agenda is item 31, petition 2021-217 by Boulevard Real Estate Advisors for approximately 3.5 acres located at the southwest intersection of Orchid Circle and South
We
Tryon,
missed one.
east of Interstate I-70.
We skipped one.
I'm sorry, did I skip one?
Yeah, we should be on item,
We're on 30.
yeah, which is
Sorry,
2021-251.
just trying to get us through the night. Okay, maybe we could do all the even ones first and
There
then
we
the
go.
odd ones later?
Works for me.
Okay, so my apologies, everyone. Item 30, petition 2021-251 by Delray Ventures for approximately 13 acres located along the east side of Mallard Creek, north Governor Hunt Road, and west of David Taylor. It's in District 4. The current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and we will have the staff do the presentation. And then we have Mr. Brown leading off. You have 8 speakers or 8 people signed up, but it's Mr. Brown, I think you'll organize that for us. So with that, Mr. Pettin.
Thank you. 2021-251, it's approximately 13 acres on Mallard Creek Road, just north of Governor Hunt and west of David Taylor Drive. Existing zoning is R3. Proposed zoning is for UR2 conditional. adopted future land use from the Northeast District Plan does call for research-related land uses at this site because of the date of this plan, and it's a district plan. We do apply the general development policies, and they do support locational criteria for consideration of up to 23 dwelling units per acre across these parcels that are involved in this rezoning. The proposal under this petition is to allow up to 295 multifamily units across 5 buildings. It does limit building height to 60 feet. It does provide transportation improvements like turn lanes along Mallard Creek Road with appropriate turn lane storage, dedicates 50 feet of right-of-way from the road center line on Mallard Creek Road, provides an ADA-compliant bus waiting pad also along Mallard Creek Road, and commits to an 8-foot planting strip and 12-foot multi-use path along that frontage. Provides 20,000 square feet of amenity open space with a pool and clubhouse, and also commits to architectural details for things like exterior building materials, front and side presentations for the facades along streets, building modulations and lengths in excess of 120 feet, blank wall expanse limitations, and articulated facade features. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. While it is inconsistent with the recommendation for research-related land uses at the site, it does meet the general development policies criteria for up to 23 dwelling units per acre, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brown, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, Madam Mayor, Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioner. If our presentation is up, and I'll try to move quickly. Sorry, I don't see our presentation. But I'll say this is an assemblage of multiple property owners putting together a large piece of property that I don't think many of us thought would be developed, so we appreciate staff support. If I had slides on the screen right now, I would be showing you that we are just on the edge of the University Research Park, adjacent to their employment sector. Thank you. If I can, 20 seconds of grace. Though not required, this does not trigger a traffic study. However, the team voluntarily did a transportation memo, which we have submitted to CDOT. Here is the map showing you its proximity. The dark line is the University Research Park, so we're absolutely adjacent to that. The color shows you the areas that were to be the employment district and the park district, so those are great things to be close to. This map shows that we have bus service to the site, walking distance to bicycle infrastructure, and greenway infrastructure. We are also in walking distance to the new headquarters for Centene, so we think this is checking a lot of boxes for where we want to see density in the future. I'll let this image speak. A picture speaks 1,000 words, so you can see just how many fantastic things the site is in close proximity to. And with my other minute and a half, I will turn that over to the folks from the Piedmont Unitarian Universalist Church. If y'all are there, you have about a minute and a half.
Okay, I'll talk fast. Good evening. My name is Steve Whitfield. I'm currently the president of the board of trustees at Piedmont Church. Let me begin by saying that our founders have long anticipated the inevitable growth and demographic shifts near our church location, and in fact purchased part of the tract of land upon which we currently reside over 25 years ago with that inevitability in mind, and with a primary objective of ensuring long-term financial security for Piedmont UU Church. In supporting the proposed rezoning, we are also mindful of the phase of housing shortages that currently exist in the Charlotte metro region and the acute need for thoughtfully planned and executed growth and development that is sensitive to environmental values and strives to minimize the negative trade-offs typically associated with growth. We believe that this proposed rezoning and planned redevelopment is consistent with our view of responsible growth. Finally, the contingent contract we've signed to sell a parcel of our land to support development of new residences would provide acutely needed significant funding for our church to complete our recovery from the effects of the pandemic, and would provide additional funding for new programming, expanded staff, and infrastructure upgrades. In sum, our congregation overwhelmingly supports this rezoning petition currently proposed and believes it would provide significant long-term benefits to PUC. Thank you.
All right, are there any questions for the petitioner or the staff? Any questions?
I have.
I'm sorry, I think I had some questions. I had Mr. Phipps. Ms. Johnson, did I hear you as well?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Phipps, followed by Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson?
Oh, yes, thank you. Mr. Brown, I wanted to thank the petitioner for the voluntary traffic study or, traffic research. I did hear from the neighborhood leaders on this, and I wanted to confirm, will there be a median, or was there discussion about removing a median or a median not appropriate for this area? Are you familiar with that conversation at all?
I'm probably familiar enough to be dangerous, but I think that Michael Wickline with DRG is on, and that we have him signed up. His group is the one that did the transportation memo to coordinate with CDOT and really make sure we're understanding what there are a lot of other transportation improvements coming. So, Michael, if you're there, I'll defer to you on that.
Yes, Colin, I'm here. This is Michael Wickline with Design Resource Group. In terms of what we analyzed in the traffic memo, we didn't necessarily talk about any type of medians. I think the concern you're referencing is one that was brought up during one of the community meetings that is currently internal to or on Silver Birch Drive, internal to the neighborhood there for their access point. There's an existing median, and I think that development's Mallard Trace. There's an existing median there that I think there were some questions and some concerns raised with the configuration and potential solutions to help make it easier for the Mallard Trace community members to get out of their drive. That wasn't anything we specifically dug into in terms of the traffic memo. I think it's something it's on the table and we're looking at. But that's about all the information I have related to that median. There will not be any medians on Mallard Creek Road in lieu of the two-way left turn lane that currently exists.
Okay, thank you. We can certainly follow up on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Could you show us the entrance points to this particular project? I'm particularly interested in whether or not the entrance on Mallard Creek Church is on Mallard Creek Road. Is it a full movement intersection there or not?
Councilmember Phipps, I will show you the access locations, kind of if you're able to see my cursor on the screen. One is directly across from Silver Birch Drive, and then the other is far northern portion of the site where I'm showing here.
Mr. Brown.
I believe they are both full access, but we'll defer to Mr. Wickline on that.
Mr. Brown, we can't see your cursor, so
sorry.
you may have to be a little bit more descriptive. I'm sorry.
So the first access, they're both full movement. Both will have left and right turning lanes into them to ensure that anyone that's turning into this site is not going to be stopping on Mallard Creek Road and causing any delays there. They'll have their own dedicated storage lanes in either direction that you're coming from for either access. The first access, the southern one, is located, as Colin said, opposite Silver Birch Drive. So it's going to take a 3-leg intersection to make it a 4-leg intersection. That's more preferable than having some type of offset intersection that could cause conflict points. This is going to help to maximize the safety for an intersection of this type. The next access point is also full movement, and it's located about 750 feet north of Silver Birch Drive for reference. And the reason for doing that is try to maximize the spacing between those two drives, and just to ensure that, again, you don't have conflicts from a nearby street, or Silver Birch is not conflicting with those left and right movements in and out with any of these access points, and it's well above the typical spacing requirements from NCDOT. But without being able to point, let's see, it looks like Colin has highlighted those two. So from a traffic standpoint and an access evaluation, these meet the criteria for safe and efficient ingress and egress to a site due to the spacing and the location.
Thank you. I had another question also about the building configuration right there between the two dots you have there. That that seems like, that building there seems like it's a considerable amount of massing there. Is there no way to break that building up? I mean, that's a pretty long building. How long is that?
Yeah, and I think we've had a little bit of back and forth with staff. If Thomas Hapapuro from DRG is on, I'll let him respond to that, Councilmember Phipps.
Yeah, it is a little bit longer than normally would be provided there. I think it's close to 500 feet. I don't recall exactly off top. Part of the reason is providing the driveway separation there. And I'll also kind of mention that the alignment with Silver Birch, that extension there is actually a public street for the USDG standard. So that one's actually, creating that network connectivity there. We also have a significant amount of grade change across the site, so we actually stepped into the site so that the buildings are bigger on the inside of the site, at least that big building, so that the smallest space possible is kind of presented to the public and the larger face is internal to the site. We did kind of put a bend into the building to try to break up that mass. We also have provided a notch at about the midpoint, similar to how the TOD ordinance works, that if your building exceeds a certain length, you provide kind of notches in the facade to break up the visual plane. That was the approach we used to kind of solve that issue.
So I learned today that the typical or average block length in the city of Charlotte is 400 feet. You're saying that this is 500 feet, so that's kind of pushing it some, don't you think?
Well, it's between 400 to 600 feet is the typical block length.
That's all the questions I had.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? If not, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councilmember Watlington?
Yes.
Councilmember Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
All right, so the petition has been closed. Now we'll go to 31. And so petition 2021-217 by Boulevard Real Estate for approximately 3.5 acres on Orchid Circle in North Tryon. District 3, general business and single-family residential is the current zoning. The proposed zoning is transit-oriented development neighborhood center. And with that, we have Mr. Brown up for Mr. Carmichael's up on this one. So Mr. Carmichael and Chris Branch are for, so we'll have the staff presentation, and then you'll have 3 minutes, Mr. Carmichael and Branch.
All right, thank you. 2021-217, it's 3.5 acres on South Tryon, just south of West Peterson Drive and east of Interstate 77. Existing zoning is currently B2 along North Tryon. You can see that portion in red, and the remaining portion is R8 single-family residential. The proposed zoning is for TOD NC conventional. Adopted future land use from the Scaly Bark Transit Station Area Plan does recommend single-family residential up to 8 DUA in green, and then retail on the site, which is that red area again up along the portion of South Tryon Street. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. It is a conventional TOD petition. It's inconsistent with the Scaly Bark Transit Station Area Plan. However, it is within a 1-mile walk of the Scaly Bark Station, and that TOD NC district can be applied to parcels within that 1-mile walking distance of an existing station or an adopted MTC alignment station location. So again, we do recommend approval, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Carmichael?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council and the Zoning Committee. I'm John Carmichael, and as the Mayor said, Chris Branch is with me tonight. I'm here working with Boulevard Real Estate Advisors on this rezoning request. Next slide. As Mr. Patton stated, it's about 3.5 acres located on the west side of South Tryon Street between West Peterson Drive and Orchard Circle. Next slide. And that's an aerial of the site is outlined in green. You can see Tryon to the east, and South Tryon to the east, and 77 to the west. Next slide. The site's currently zoned a combination of B2 and R8. You've got B2 to the south, Todd NC directly across the street, You've got some New York CD nearby, and then you've got R8 and R5 to the north. Next slide. The site's about 0.6 of a mile from the Scaly Bark Transit Station. Next slide. Petitioners requesting that the site be rezoned to the Todd NC zoning district to accommodate uses allowed in that zoning district. We did hold even though it's a conventional rezoning request, we did hold a community meeting several weeks ago, and we appreciate planning's favorable recommendation, and we're happy to answer what questions that we can. Thanks so much.
All right. Any questions for the petitioner or the staff?
I got a question.
Mr. Phipps?
Yeah, I thought in, previous conversations, we used to always say, we used to always look at a quarter of a mile or no more than, I thought, a half a mile from a transit stop would be a reasonable walk. But now, are we saying that is like a mile now?
So the TOD districts, two of the districts are applied within a half mile, and then two of the districts, NC and TR, can be applied within 1 mile. And it really has to do with the level of intensity of those TOD districts. UC and CC are the more intense zoning districts in TOD. Those can be applied closer into the station than that 1 mile walk radius. The NC and TR districts come into play, which have a little bit less intense in terms of building height and some of the other requirements, and TR allows some of those other uses that are permitted outside of some of the other TOD districts. So out of the 4 districts, 2 are a half mile, 2 are a mile, so that's been the standard, I guess, since that update to TOD was adopted back in, I guess, was that 2018 or 19?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, any other questions? Hearing no further questions, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
All right, second? Do I have a second? Thank you. All right, so vote, we'll go with Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston, Mr. Driggs, Mr. Bakari? Have we
Yes.
lost? Okay, Mr. Winston,
Yes.
Mr. Phipps.
Yes.
All right. So the next item on our agenda is item 32, rezoning petition 2021-218 by Boulevard Real Estate Advisors, approximately 3.68 acres located on the west side of South Tryon, northeast of West Peterson. It's in District 3. Current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed zoning is transit-oriented development neighborhood center. Staff recommends approval of this petition. And in this case, item 32, Mr. Carmichael's up again. All right.
Thank you. This is the second of 3 petitions that are very similar. 2021-218 is 3.6 acres on the north side of West Peterson Drive and on the west side of South Tryon Street, just south of Clanton Road and east of I-77. Current zoning is R5 for the entirety of this parcel. The proposed zoning is also for TOD NC. The adopted future land use, again, from the Scaly Bark Transit Station Area Plan, recommends 2 different residential densities, one at 12 DUA along South Tryon, then transition back to a 5 DUA recommendation back on West Peterson Drive. Again, this is for a conventional TOD NC request, similar to the last one, and it's inconsistent with that Scaly Bark Transit Station Area Plan recommendation, but within a half-mile walk to the Scaly Bark Station. And again, that NC district can be applied within a 1-mile walking distance. This one's a little bit closer to Scaly Bark. So again, the NC district is applicable. Staff does recommend approval, and we'll be happy to take questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Carmichael?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the Council and Zoning Committee. Chris Branch is with me. The site does contain about 3.9 acres. It's located on the west side of South Tryon Street, as Mr. Pettin indicated. It's west side of South Tryon Street at the northwest corner of Peterson and Tryon. Next slide. There's an aerial of the site. Next slide. And the site's about 0.6 of a mile from the Scaly Bark Station. Next slide. As Mr. Pettin stated, the site's currently zoned R5, and you can see the surrounding zoning. The petitioner is requesting that the site be rezoned to the Todd NC zoning district. Next slide. And a community meeting was also held with respect to this petition. And once again, we appreciate the planning staff's favorable recommendation, and we appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
All right, any questions for Mr. Carmichael or the staff? Hearing no questions, do I have a motion to close?
Second.
All right, we have a motion to close on a second. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
All right. Next item is item 33, petition 2021-225 by Boulevard Real Estate Advisors for approximately 5.8 acres located on the south and north side of Orchard Circle, west of North Tryon and east of I-77. It's in District 3. The current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed zoning is transit-oriented development neighborhood center. So with this one, we have Mr. Carmichael again. And so we'll go with Mr. Pettin and then Mr. Carmichael.
Oops, excuse me. Thank you. 2021-225. It's 5.807 acres located on the north side of Orchard Circle, west of South Tryon and east of Interstate 77. Currently zoned R8. Proposed zoning is, as the others, TOD-NC. Adopted future land use from the Scaly Bark Transit Station area plan does recommend residential up to 8 DUA for the site. It's in an area, again, that is within that 1 mile walk to the Scaly Bark Station. And so that TOD-NC district, as the others, is applicable for this one as well, and is a district that we're seeing in this general area on both sides of South Tryon. And staff, again, does recommend approval, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Carmichael?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Pro Tem, and members of council and the zoning committee. I'm John Carmichael, and Chris Branch is with me. I won't really add much to what Mr. Pettin stated. The presentation, frankly, would be identical to the other two. We are requesting, or excuse me, the petitioner is requesting Todd NC zoning. Once again, petitioner held a community meeting with respect to this petition and the other two, and we appreciate the planning staff's favorable recommendation and your consideration, and we're happy to answer what questions that we can. Thank you.
Any questions for the staff or Mr. Carmichael? All right, Mr. Winston?
So I have questions. Really, I think it's process oriented. Wondering, I'm grateful that we're doing these all at the same time. I think obviously TOD is supposed to be contiguous. So when if there are multiple happening in the same area, I think from just a matter of practice, this is good for the council to analyze this policy like this. But I do have a question, I guess, for the petitioner is, while I do see that many different property owners, it is still all done by Boulevard Real Estate, I believe. So why wasn't this done as one rezoning?
That's a great question. And I'm going to let Chris backfill a little bit, Councilmember Winston. They basically were assembling the parcels kind of concurrently, but separately, and they kind of just all came together at the same time. They're also, all three sites are separated by a public right-of-way. I frankly never asked the question whether you could do it under one petition or not. And I didn't really understand that they would all come together the same night for the public hearing. There's always a possibility, but I don't know whether that was necessarily the intention, but it came about that way, and I do think it's efficient. And in fact, we held, the neighborhood meeting we had was a joint neighborhood meeting. We sent invitations out to all three folks on all three mailing lists, just trying to be efficient for them as well. Chris, do you have anything to add to that?
I don't. I think you covered it. It was coincidental that they all came together at the same time, being different assemblages. So it's happenstance. I'm glad that it happened and occurred on one evening, but we did not know that when we got started.
Well, and so I'd love to hear just if there is any feedback from staff, because one of the things that we like to consider is efficiency, right? Cutting down or making processes more efficient where possible, where it makes sense to cut costs, to make development more affordable and make it more dependable. So. I just guess staff, is there any response? It seems like there's a lot of happenstance and anomaly happening here. But is there anything that we can learn to, again, maybe make these processes more efficient? Because it seems like there could be costs that could be cut without, compromising the policy processes that we do have.
Yeah, I think there was probably some opportunities for some consolidation, but again, we had some of those conversations early on, and there obviously were a lot of different property owners and entities involved. I think there was some probably need to make sure that if something got hung up on one end, that the entirety of all those things moving forward wouldn't get impacted if there was some kind of domino effect, that it wouldn't hurt all the petitions that could be going forward. But certainly we could, if we have opportunities like that, to take them all as one. It certainly makes it cleaner for everybody, including folks in the community. But certainly I think there was some discussion on doing it under one petition, but I think ultimately it came down to just being submitted as three. And yeah, we did kind of get a little lucky on them all falling onto the same public hearing night, and that's why we grouped them together in this fashion. But certainly some things we can look at as we move forward if we see that kind of materialize again.
Thank you so much.
Right. So now we have a motion. Can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Madam Mayor, Ms. Johnson is just.
Oh, Ms. Johnson, I'm sorry, I didn't see it on the screen. So, Ms. Johnson, you have a question? Ms. Johnson?
Yes, thank you.
Uh-huh.
I'm sort of piggybacking off of what Councilmember Winston was saying, how these lots are adjacent to one another. So do we have any idea how many combined residential units these are, without looking at these separately? Do you have that information, Mr. Carmichael?
This is a conventional rezoning, Councilmember Johnson, so I don't know that Chris knows definitively what would be here. He has a sense of it, but I don't know that he knows how many. If you're asking how many residential units would be developed here,
yeah,
I don't know if he has that information or not.
Well, I mean total for all of these developments that were here, petitions that are contiguous. I wanted to know how many residential units going to be developed.
It's about 13 acres in total. Chris, do you have a sense of what would be developed here?
We sense that the majority of it would be multifamily and potentially some commercial along South Tryon, but we have not planned the parcels yet, so we don't know whether they would be apartments or townhomes or a combination of both. So we do not have a unit count now.
Okay. So I'm familiar with Clanton Road and that area. It's currently, as far as residential, would be considered pretty affordable. Is there anything that's going to be, or what's there now? Will anything have to be, well, I guess, would anyone be displaced from the development? Are there current residential units that have to be demolished or
Can you respond to that?
Sure.
Development?
homes that we have under contract that are in combination with some of the larger, more commercial parcels, those folks have come to contract with us, and all of that is they will be moving out, and we will be raising those homes. But they were interested in selling to us, obviously, which is how we got them under contract.
Okay. And then this is a question for Mr. Pettin in the TOD or for our policy folks. Is there anything in the TOD policy that that speaks to affordable housing in the TOD requirements?
There's incentive options for bonus provisions in TOD for providing affordability. I don't believe there's any requirements in the TOD district to establish affordable units as part of a project, but there are incentives if you provide them for additional height benefits and other bonus provisions related to them.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Samuel?
Yes, a question for Mr. Carmichael, likely. It's very considerate of you to move forward with a community meeting when one wasn't required. I think I heard you mention that there was an attempt to make it joint. Wondering if you would be willing to share the information that came out of the meeting. I'm particularly interested in the number in attendance who are actually occupants of the homes in question here for these particular rezonings. I know the notifications would go to the homeowners, but just wondering if, because that's not always the occupant of the home, wondering what those numbers look like, if you would be willing to share. Not here in the public setting, just follow up with an email if you don't mind.
I'm happy to follow up with you directly about that, about the community meeting and who was notified and who attended, that sort of thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions for staff or Mr. Carmichael? Hearing none, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
All right. Item number 34, petition 2021-223 by Selwyn Property Group for approximately 3.4 acres located southwest of Presley Road, close to Billy Graham and I-77. It's in District 3. The current zoning is residential multifamily. The proposed zoning is general industrial conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition. The speakers that we have on this petition are John Carmichael and Patrick Pierce. So we'll start with the staff, and then we'll go to Mr. Carmichael.
Thank you. 2021-223, it's approximately 2.39 acres located southwest of Presley Road, northeast of Billy Graham Parkway, and west of I-77. Currently zoned R22 MF. Proposed zoning is for I2 conditional. Adopted future land use from the Central District Plan does recommend industrial uses for the site. The proposal is for up to 30,000 square feet of developable space. Permitted uses would include those allowed in the I-1 zoning district, as well as a contractor's office and accessory uses, outdoor storage of goods and materials in excess of 25% of the floor area of a principal building, along with warehousing. Does prohibit things, heavy industrial uses in the I-2 district, such as abattoirs, adult establishments, automotive repair garages, automotive service stations, car washes, construction and demolition landfills, crematory facilities, junkyards, medical waste disposal facilities, petroleum storage facilities, sanitary landfills, truck stops, truck terminals, underground fuel tanks, waste incinerators, as well as some others that have been further prohibited as part of this conditional plan. does commit to install a Class A buffer along portions of the site that abut the properties adjacent Zone B1 and the one zoned R22 MF. You can see that area in green labeled buffer. Does provide access to the site from Yorkwood Drive, and also commits to provide a 20-foot wide paved driveway within the existing Yorkwood Drive paper right-of-way, which would extend from the existing Yorkwood Drive street stub, and that driveway would be subject to CDOT approval. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. There are no outstanding issues to resolve. The petition is consistent with the Central District Plan recommendation for industrial uses of the site. And with that, we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Carmichael?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of council and the zoning committee. I'm John Carmichael here with the petitioner, Selwyn Property Group. Pat Pierce with Selwyn Property Group is with me tonight. The site contains just under 2.4 acres, and it's located at the southern terminus of Yorkwood Drive, which is just south of Presley Road. Next slide. This is an aerial of the site. Next slide. And these slides will zoom in a little closer. Next slide. And so it abuts the railroad, Norfolk Southern Railroad, as you can see on this slide. And then it, and once again, at the southern terminus of Yorkwood Drive. Next slide. Next slide. The site is currently zoned R22MF. To the north and west, it's zoned I2. To the north and east, there's parcels are zoned B2. And then to the south, you've got I1CD, as you can see. And then a portion of the railroad right-of-way to the west is actually zoned R17MF. Next slide. But as Mr. Pettin stated, the request is to rezone it from R22MF to I2CD. The uses that would be allowed on the site would be those that are allowed in both the I2 and the I1 zoning district, except for 3 I2 uses. Next slide. And those I2 uses are contractor offices and accessory uses, the outdoor storage of goods and materials in excess of 25% of the floor area, and warehousing. Next slide. And there's a litany of prohibited uses. Next slide. And next slide. And the maximum square footage of a building on the site would be 30,000 square feet. Next slide. Next slide. And then this is the site plan that Mr. Pettin shared with you. There would be a buffer next to the B2 zone property, and then to the parcel to the east. And then there's a building envelope, as you can see, which is in yellow. We're happy to answer any questions that you may have. We appreciate the staff's favorable recommendation, and there are no outstanding issues. Thank you.
All right, are there any questions for the staff or the petitioner? Mr. Winston?
Thank you. This question or observation is for staff. So this is an interesting petition because what we need probably second most or maybe first most, depending on how you look at it, as not land for affordable housing, but also industrial zone land. And this parcel and the way it's cut and understanding the priorities of city council not to put certain residential zones next to industrial, it seems like there's going to be an oddly parceled remainder of R22 MF as well as R17 MF. Now, I know from a residential standpoint, the city can upzone property, but could we do something where, like, we change something from residential multifamily to industrial? Again, thinking of ways that we can make our priorities, our development priorities, more economically feasible, especially given some of the policy decisions that council has. It would seem like those are the remainder R22 MF remnant, as well as the R17 that goes along Woodbridge Center Drive, would make sense to be contiguous to an industrial zone, which is all around it, and therefore reducing a cost for a need that we wanted, and we have a shortage of, even before this kind of inflationary time period that we're in. So is there a way that we could look at this to upzone things to industrial where they make sense?
I think it certainly does leave behind some odd remnant pieces. I will say there is some ongoing multifamily development on the B2 zone portion just off of Charlotte Park Drive and Pioneer Park Drive, and I don't know if those remnant pieces are a part of that or not. But certainly I think those are the kinds of things that when we get into the community area planning process and even as part of some of the potential translations and transitions or realignments with any UDO adoptions down the road, we can look at pieces like that and say, do they fit the place types that are going on around there? Do they fit the adopted place types? Should they be better aligned? I think currently on the policy map, those two remnant pieces of R22 and that long strip of R17 are recommended for an innovative mixed-use place type, which is somewhat of a mix of employment, industrial, adaptive reuse type of place type. So, I think those are the kinds of things we certainly want to evaluate. And if there are remnant pieces like that, taking them in a direction that's better suited for the desired outcome, I think is something we can look at. But we'd also have to be a little bit careful because we are, have to operate within the statutes if we do any kind of city initiated rezoning on some of those and how that impacts, property owners, whether like you said, you can either upzone or if they consider that an upzone from the apartments to industrial. So we would just have to be cautious on that front. But certainly the community area planning process, I think, will give us some opportunities to look at those remnant pieces like that and get them better aligned with what the desired outcomes are.
That's a great answer. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Hearing no further questions, do we have a motion to close?
So moved.
Second.
Second, any discussion? Hearing no discussion. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, our next item is item 35. Petition 2021-235 by Coral Reef Investment Properties, approximately 8.6 acres located on the east side of Tyvola near the intersection of Tyvola Center Drive in District 3. The current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed zoning is multifamily residential conditional with 5-year vested rights. Staff recommends approval of this petition in its current form. And in this petition, we do have the staff presentation. The petitioner will have 10 minutes to discuss. There is a petition, an opponent to this, and so we'll start with Colin Janess. I was assumed he would be coordinating the pro or for petitioners, and we have Jeanette Hendershot against, and I believe it's Marja Tataje. Is she here? Okay, so in present and in person. So does everybody get the list of people that are going to be probably coming up? All right, we'll start with the staff. Mr. Pettin.
Thank you. 2021-235, it's about 8.6 acres on West Tyvola Road near the intersection with Tyvola Center Drive. Currently zoned R4, proposed zoning is for R17 multifamily conditional. They are also requesting 5-year vested rights. The Southwest District Plan recommends single family up to 4 DUA for this site. The general development policies also only support it up to 12 DUA for this site. So again, that would be the 17 DUA being requested is beyond the GDP supported policy for up to 12. And so the proposal for this petition is to allow up to 146 multifamily residential units. That comes in at 16.94 dwelling units per acre. Building height would be limited to 65 feet, be a 30-foot setback from the future right-of-way of Tyvola Road, as well as an 8-foot pedestrian and bicycle trail connection between the site and adjacent Yorkmont Park. You can see that down at the bottom where it says multi-use trail access. Do have transportation improvements that would include dedication of right-of-way, an 8-foot planting strip, and 12-foot shared-use path along Tyvola Road, eastbound left turn lanes at each driveway, as well as an improved CATS bus stop and relocation of pedestrian refuge island that would be taken care of during permitting. Architectural standards have also been included, and that would include the use of things like brick, stone, or stucco for facades facing Tyvola Road, and blank wall limitations and building facade modulation requirements for the buildings on the site. Staff does not recommend approval of this petition in its current form. We've had conversations with the petitioner from the onset, from the pre-submittal meeting through all of our reviews, that the density support with the GDPs would only be up to a maximum of 12 DUA. And so that's where staff would be more comfortable. If we were able to get to a density a little bit closer to that, I think staff would be amenable to reconsidering our recommendation. But currently, we do not support it in its current form, but certainly understand there are some improvements like the multi-use path and connection to the park adjacent that would be some benefits, along with the improved bus stop along Tyvola. But again, we'd like to see it better aligned with the policy that's adopted for the GDPs in this area at that 12 DUA. So with that, we'll take questions following the petitioner's presentation, as well as presentation from members of the community, and we will circle back then. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Janess?
Hey, good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. I'm actually going to turn this over to Francis Miramon, who's also one of our speakers, to give the presentation, but I'll be available to help answer any questions.
All right. Who's going to be speaking?
Francis Miramon. She's on the line right now.
I think, did you have her? Okay. I must have an older sheet. Okay. Go ahead. Ms. Miramon?
Yes, Miramon. Thank you. Good evening, Madam
We're going to
Mayor,
need you to
members.
speak into the mic a little bit more.
It's Francis Miramon?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of City Council. We appreciate the opportunity to speak before you all this evening to present the West Tyvola multifamily rezoning petition. I'm Francis Miramon of Cole Janest and Stone. We also have Colin Janest online, as well as the petitioner Adrian and Alberto with Housing Studio. If we can go ahead and just advance to slide 4, the site plan. As you all heard, staff and the petitioner are generally on board with all the improvements and commitments noted in the pre-hearing analysis. These commitments include enhancement of the pedestrian ways in the immediate vicinity of the site, specifically providing wide sidewalk connections between the existing neighborhood and West Tyvola Road, a new 12-foot shared use path along West Tyvola Road, and a new mid-block crossing at a location to be determined with CDOT. We would also like to highlight the proposed pedestrian connection to the Yorkmont Park and the introduction of new left turn lanes into the site along West Tyvola Road to help mitigate traffic flow impediments. Additionally, the petitioner plans to work with CATS to enhance the existing bus stop. This project intends to preserve as much of the existing tree canopy as possible, specifically within the front setback along West Tyvola, to emulate the character of the adjacent multifamily developments. A landscape buffer along the backside of the property is also planned against the abutting single-family residential. The petitioner has had multiple community meetings to discuss the project with adjacent property owners that were willing to meet, as well as the West Boulevard Neighborhood Coalition. Generally, we believe these conversations have been productive, and a majority of the adjacent community is on board with this project. We understand that there still may be a few neighbors that oppose this petition. However, we are hopeful that through further conversations, we can find common ground to mitigate these concerns. Finally, we acknowledge that staff does not support the requested density of 17 DUA. It is our opinion that this project fits within the context of the surrounding West Tyvola corridor and other apartment sites in this area. The 17 DUA will provide the petitioner the flexibility to include 10 workforce units within the development, which may otherwise not be feasible if the density drops down to 12 DUA. Workforce housing is a need that was voiced by the community during our meetings, and we are optimistic we can make this commitment, albeit at a density that the project pro forma can accommodate. Thank you for your time. We're happy to answer any questions.
All right, we'll go to our next speaker, Jeanette Hendershot.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Good evening, everyone. I appreciate being able to speak on behalf of Switzenbaum and Associates. We are the owners of the 2 apartment communities directly across the street from this proposed development, Sycamore at Tavola and Tavola Center Apartments, which are both fronting this. We oppose the development of this parcel for a couple of reasons. The first being that the density is just simply too high. Our developments across the street, Tavola Center is at 10 acres a unit, and Sycamore at Tavola is just over 9 acres a unit, 9 units per acre. So we are developers who are believe in the holistic growth of an area and conserving as much green space as possible, and simply feel that the density of the project is just too high. We also oppose it because the 4-5 split building fronting West Tavola, despite the setback and the tree canopy, will be, we feel, a bit of an imposing presence through this corridor, which is sort of meant to still feel like home, despite its rapid growth. So giving you some probably 8 minutes back, we oppose this development of this parcel.
All right. So I would also like to recognize Marta Jataje, and she has the remaining time on the 4. Are you speaking for the petition?
In general, yes.
Well, you got to tell me which way you're going so I can count 4. So, Madam Clerk, the time that was left from Ms. Merriman towards the 10 minutes?
6 minutes.
All right, you have 6 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor Viles and Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and staff. My name is Marta Tataje, and I live in District 6 here in Charlotte. I am a mortgage loan officer and have worked in the city of Charlotte for about 20 years and represent a number of home buyers that have been trying to buy homes here in the Charlotte metro region. I serve on the board of the National Association of Hispanic Real Estate Professionals and am a committee member of the Legislative Influencers of Government Affairs. Tonight with me I have one of our past presidents, Cesar Escobar. NARP is the largest Latino organization in the country with a mission to advance Latino homeownership as the primary strategy for closing the wealth gap. Our State of Hispanic Homeownership report shows that there are currently 8.3 million Latinos 45 and under who are mortgage ready but aren't homeowners. They do need a place to start, such as in this development. Mecklenburg shares with just one other county 25% of North Carolina's Hispanic population with a median age of 25, the prime home buying years, but there simply aren't enough affordable housing for them to either live in or to purchase. We recognize and appreciate all the approvals of the petitions for multifamily development tonight. We need to build more homes and more affordable housing that the median income constituent can either purchase or rent. At the root of all the skyrocketing prices and bidding wars is the massive underproduction of affordable housing, particularly entry-level homes for owner-occupants. We know that there is a housing shortage across the board. We need affordable housing and we need rentals, but we need entry-level housing for homeownership most of all. A failure to address this shortage would shortchange our local economy for generations. I'm here to commend our mayor and our city council for having passed a comprehensive 2040 plan to in part address the housing supply crisis to allow higher density housing options and for including millions of dollars toward homeownership assistance in the budget. We urge our city leaders to continue implementing the Unified Development Ordinances to allow for more production, more density of housing for first-time home buyers and renters, and to ensure that hardworking families, not just institutional investors, are able to participate in the American dream of home ownership. There has to be a first step, though, and this project would be one of them. By revising our zoning and land use policies, we position our city to potentially score higher than other communities to access more federal funds, such as transportation funding, as recently proposed via executive action by the current administration. Perhaps these funds would help alleviate the congestion issues due to our growth as previously discussed. We thank you for all the work you're doing and ask that you continually keep in mind our Hispanic population here in the city of Charlotte and their need for attainable housing. Please let us know how NAREP Charlotte Liga can support your efforts. I thank you for your time.
Well, thank you. All right, are there any questions for the staff? Oh, I'm sorry.
I get a rebuttal.
Oh, that's right, the 2-minute rebuttal. I guess, Ms. Merriman, would you do the rebuttal?
Sure.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hendershot, for your comments. We definitely understand your concern with the density. However, although the R12 is directly across from us, there is actually existing R17 in this immediate surrounding area. And just want to be clear, we're talking about less than 150 units total, so this would be 146 units. And in our opinion, all the advantages that come with this project, like the ability to be able to include 10 workforce housing units, is a really, we think, advantageous part of this project. And so that, coupled with the pedestrian enhancements and the bus improvements, we think will be something that the whole community can enjoy in this area. And some multimodal transportation aspects are something that's kind of lacking in this area that we think members of your community would be able to utilize as well. So yeah, just the workforce housing is really a component that we think is really key in our density request. So thank you, and thanks for your comments.
All right, any questions now for any of the speakers or the staff? Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson?
Thank you so much. One of the speakers who was for the project, the last speaker, mentioned home ownership numerous times. And I wanted to clarify, are these for sale units?
Ms. Merriman, are these for sale?
These are not for sale units. These are for rent units.
All right. Ms. Johnson, do you have additional questions?
No, that was it. I mean, the speaker mentioned for sale and attainable rental also, but I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Samuel?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Merriman, I think I heard you make mention of an offer or the opportunity for neighboring communities to take advantage of some of the public infrastructure that you're adding here. Have you considered, since these communities are on the opposite side of Tyvola Road, have you guys considered or will include any ped crossing infrastructure improvements?
Yes. So at present, there is currently a mid-block crossing, but due to where the left turn lanes are going to be added, that mid-block crossing will have to be relocated. So that's definitely something we can consider where that mid-block crossing goes as we work with CDOT on how to make that connectivity across the street work.
Thank you.
Jake, do you want to reply to the crossing?
Yeah, we've had initial discussions on the existing crossing. And as we move into permitting down the road, we will work on design and sort of what that looks like and the best location for that along Tyvola.
Okay. All right. All right, Mr. Driggs?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm curious to know what the policy map place type is at this location.
For this particular location, it is neighborhood 1 on this side of Tyvola. I think there is neighborhood 2 predominantly around it on either side. I think that's basically, I would imagine it was likely based off the existing place type or land uses that were there as multifamily that were more supportive of a neighborhood 2 type. But this particular parcel is slated for neighborhood 1.
Right. So I have a general concern that if staff is telling us, 12 looks like the right number for them and it's an N1, and if we were to go ahead and just agree to 17, it seems to me like all of our policy initiatives kind of go out the window. So I'll study this further, but I would need to know what the rationale is for agreeing to do 17 units here and not throwing the door open for everybody who wants to come along and say, hey, I want 20, I want 30, I want this, I want that. I mean, we have to have some discipline around these densities, and there has to be a policy context in which we go to a 17 when the staff is telling us that it should be 12. So I'm going to need some persuading on this one. Thank you.
So, Mr. Petton?
I had just a point of clarification. I know there's been some conversation on units committed for workforce housing or some level of affordability. I'm failing to see that in the conditional notes on the site plan, so if the petitioner could point us to where those notes exist on the current set of plans, just for clarification for those listening in and for council. Thank you.
And could I add to that, what is workforce to you for rent? I don't know what that, I mean, it varies. I mean, so if you could just define it a little bit more for us as well.
Sure. So at present, we don't have the commitment on the rezoning plan at present. So that would be a revision we would make and resubmit with the commitment to the workforce housing. So that's something that's kind of come along with discussions with neighbors. And my understanding is that workforce housing, I believe, is 60 to 100 or 120% of AMI. But I know Colin's online, and I think Alberto, the architect, who could just clarify if they want to speak.
Yeah, hey, this is Alberto. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hey, it will be between 80 to 110. That will be considered workforce housing.
110% of AMI?
Right
now. Is that
now,
deed restricted?
You know AMI is like, for a family of 4, almost 90,000 now in Mecklenburg. So I don't know what the price point is, but.
Right. And if I may, this area in town, the rentals are much less expensive, much more affordable than uptown, South End, and all around the center city area. So in comparison, they'll be much less expensive, which I think is what the city needs.
Would it be possible to get an idea of the rezonings? When you drive through there, there's a lot of construction of apartments going all the way from Woodlawn all the way down to Tyvola. And I can't remember this, but we've looked at this site a couple of different times in different ways, if I recall, recently in the last several years. But if we could get something around how much development is going along in that area, what the average rental rate would be, that would be helpful. I think Mr. Winston's up. Mr. Winston?
Yeah, I can give you just a little anecdotal evidence. I live about a mile away from this site. Actually, Tyvola Center Drive is a cut through. If you go to Tryon and you make a left here, you hit Shopton Road, then you hit Beam Road, then you hit Arrowwood Road.
And then you hit the mall, so you can go shopping.
Yeah, well, you got to get on 485. Yeah, but it's
you can cut through on Shopton. I know that.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, Shopton will take you right there. But down Tryon, basically you have a bunch of single family subdivisions. And I can tell you, as the speaker spoke, this is an area that is heavily populated with Latino families. and overall immigrant and working class communities. And these single family neighborhoods really do act as multifamily units in neighborhoods. And if you think that there are parking problems in places like Dilworth, and you should turn right or left into some of these single-family zoned neighborhoods. The fact is that, as the speaker said, that there is an extreme need for multifamily units to provide the types of on-ramps to home ownership for working class people, especially Latino and other immigrant populations that are down here. And I'll say I rent a 4-bedroom home here in one of those subdivisions, and it's about $2,000 a month for a 4-bedroom multi-story home with a significant backyard and front yard. So to that point, this is a neighborhood where affordability is different than some of the other neighborhoods that are closer to the uptown core. But there is still, again, that diversity of housing that is needed and is not present. And you can see that when you do take that cut through off of North Tryon through Tyvola Center Drive and make that right onto Tyvola and 277. It is very, very busy. So my question, I do have 2 questions. One for staff. What are the considerations at Tyvola Center Drive? Because I think, that's an issue. Not something I think that should stop this from moving forward, but it's something that causes some concern from a safety point of view, because this does have, there's curvature in the road, which makes that more dangerous. And then my question for the petitioner is, to that end, it looks like that parcel has some topography, some interesting topography. Can you speak to that after staff talks about the traffic situation on Tyvola Center Drive?
Thank you, Councilmember Woodson. As far as any of the traffic questions or anything, turn that over to Jake with CDOT.
Yeah, absolutely. So we did not do any sort of, we did not require any sort of traffic study for this, as it's less than our normal threshold. We did have conversations about the turn lanes and things like that, and we also took a look into this location to determine if it would warrant a traffic signal, sort of what the volumes were. And at this time, it's not warranted for installation based on traffic volumes. We have not done a in-depth safety analysis of this location, but they will be subject to our site distance policies at their driveway connection to ensure that they meet both the horizontal and vertical site distance needed, and that will be taken care of during permitting.
Thank you. And just before petitioner goes to it, I'm not necessarily asking for a traffic study or asking for a traffic light or anything, but I think this is, something we need to consider the safety situation at that moving forward, which it sounds like we're doing.
All right, thank you, Mr. Winston.
The petitioner can speak to the topography.
Topography, I was going to say Ms. Merriman?
Yes. So yes, as you mentioned, there is substantial topography on this site. And so with dealing with that topography, part of what we're proposing are these split buildings. And that kind of helps us utilize the architecture to basically transition the grade change in the buildings versus like having to put a large retaining wall up or something that might not be as aesthetically pleasing. And so while it is a challenging site with the grade change, I think we have been working alongside the architect to think of creative ways to utilize this site to have really great building efficiency and really just a overall pleasing aesthetic. So I know Colin's on if he wants to speak anything more to the actual grade change. I don't know if you want more elaborate answers than that, but that's kind of the intent behind the split buildings.
I'd like to get as much info as possible, yeah.
Sure, Francis, and Councilmember Winston, thank you for bringing that up. Just to add to that, I mean, I think part of utilizing the existing topography with these split buildings will also give us an opportunity to try to save as many trees within the setback as well. There is some grade change that occurs really towards the end of the setback before it really shoots up into the site. So, from a building efficiency standpoint, we also think there's some tree save opportunities there as well.
Thank you very much.
All right, any other questions?
Madam Mayor, it's Driggs.
Yes, sir, Mr. Driggs?
So I'll just point out that if this is an affordability story, that fuzzy information we got is not going to be sufficient, right? I mean, I think I heard 10 units and 80 to 110%. We would need a lot of clarity. You don't have to have the conversation now about exactly what deed restriction we're talking about, for how many years, for how many units, at what levels, and that would be, in my mind, the only basis on which we could start looking at extraordinary density. But given that this isn't a really high rent area anyway, the value of the deed restriction is not the same as it might be, say, in my district. And so I'll be looking critically at that as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Yes, Mayor, I have a question.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. And this question is more for staff, just based on what I heard during the discussion. Could we get a cumulative traffic report, or could I get that report? I know you've given me that before, Brandon and Dave. So if you could give me the number of pending and approved petitions near this subject petition over the last 2 years for 2 miles, that helps, because I've shown you guys an example of where there were 20,000 trips approved in District 4, yet there had only been 3 traffic studies based on our current triggers. So I'd like to see that. I'd also like to know, and we can talk offline, Dave, this is the first out of all the petitions that we've heard tonight. I think we're on number 35 or 36. This is the first time I've heard the words affordable or workforce housing being proposed. So unless I missed one, I'd like to know if we can start tracking, and this is for my council colleagues, if we can get an idea how many units we're approving every month and how many are designated as affordable or attainable. We talk about we can't build our way out, but we never will if we don't start. So I'd like to know, and we can talk offline, Dave, just so we have an idea how many units we're proposing or excuse me, approving every month, and how many of those have language about, or in the plan about affordability. So we can talk offline, but I just think that's something that we really need to consider, and it's not for this developer. You know, we say this is not the time. We say that every month. So I don't know, Mayor, if we can put this on the agenda sooner than later, strategies about our zoning policies, because it's a concern for many of us, but yet there's not time or to address it. So maybe the next council, if that's a priority, as soon as we're seated. But this is something that, again, how many units did we approve tonight? We're on item number 35 or 36, and we've had one petitioner talk about affordable housing. Thank you.
The data from Neighborhood and Housing Services, but we can certainly do that. I think that's an excellent point. Okay, is hearing...
Motion to close.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, so Mayor, we'll have a roll call. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, the next item is 2021-238 by Lennar Carolinas for approximately 5 acres on the south side of the Music Factory Boulevard, adjacent to Elmwood and near the factory entertainment complexes in District 2. The current zoning is general industrial. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development optional. Staff recommends approval upon resolution of issues related to transportation, environment, site, and building design. We have Colin Brown to lead this off, and we do have 2 speakers here in person in opposition. So the staff will do their presentation. There'll be 10 minutes for the petitioner, 10 minutes for the opposition. And so Prowse, DeMarsh Prowse, and John West, if you just think about your 10 minutes together, okay? And then there'll be 2-minute rebuttals. So let's go ahead and get started, Mr. Patton.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-238 is approximately 5.12 acres. It's on the south side of NC Music Factory Boulevard, adjacent to Elmwood Cemetery, near the NC Music Factory Entertainment Complex. Current zoning is I-2. Proposed zoning is for MUD optional. The adopted future land use is from the All-In 2040 Center City Vision Plan that continues to implement the Charlotte Center City 2020 Vision Plan, which was adopted in 2011, that essentially recommends this area be included as part of a larger applied innovation corridor from South End through Uptown and North End, linking onward to the UNC Charlotte campus. This particular area, which includes this site, doesn't make specific parcel-by-parcel land use recommendations, but the vision plan does recommend that the area include opportunities for housing in order to offer more choices and provide additional residents and workers to support neighborhood centers within that Center City area. This proposal is for up to 7,500 square feet of non-residential uses, as well as 82 single-family attached dwelling units. The 7,500 square feet of non-residential uses would be an adaptively reused building that's at the intersection of NC Music Factory Boulevard and Johnson Street. All MUD uses would be allowed, with the exception of the following prohibited uses like gas station, car wash, self-storage building, or accessory vehicular drive-through window. That would pertain to that adaptive reuse building. They do have an optional provision to deviate from the typical streetscape standards along NC Music Factory Boulevard due to some of the site constraints caused by the railroad right-of-way. It does limit building height to 55 feet. Johnson Street and 9th Street rights-of-way would be proposed to be abandoned and then transitioned and limited to pedestrian and bike use. Vehicular access to the cemetery, however, would be maintained. It does limit the number of dwelling units per building to 6, and also is proposing a 6-foot-tall aluminum fence and 10-foot wide landscape buffer along the southern property boundary. You can see that by that green line that says landscape screening on the screen there. As mentioned, staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation, environment, and site and building design. As mentioned, it is consistent with the 2040 Center City Vision Plan. And again, staff does recommend approval and will be happy to take any questions following presentations by petitioner and members that are in opposition. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brown.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioner. I have the Lennar team as well as the design team on as well. Since we have 10 minutes, I won't blaze through this one as quickly as we've gone through the others. But as Dave mentioned, this is a really cool site. This is one that you guys have probably driven by for years, and we've probably all thought, well, what's going to happen here? So very interesting. You can see here on the large map, we're talking about 5 acres essentially in Uptown. Probably anywhere else in Uptown for 5 acres, I'm talking to you about 3,000 units. But that's not the case. This is an interesting parcel. As Dave has mentioned, to one side, we have some quiet neighbors. We've got the cemetery there. On the other side, we have some noisy neighbors, the ADM folks, who I think you'll hear from tonight. And then we've got railroad on 2 sides. We've got the music factory over here. So this has always been a parcel I've heard about over the years and talked with different development teams and wondered what we'd end up with. And I think Lennar's got a pretty interesting approach to it. I certainly expected, that we might have something more intense. For those of you that haven't driven by it, here is a look. If we're looking from the Music Factory back to Uptown, this is showing kind of a historic building on the corner. And as a part of this rezoning petition, this building would be maintained to be used for some sort of adaptive commercial reuse. So I think that's something cool about it. Some other shots into the site from 9th Street, which of course dead ends, railroad dead end on one end, cemetery dead end on the other. Access to cemetery would be maintained, but look at that incredible view of Uptown. So certainly you can imagine why some folks would find this to be a very desirable and attractive place to live. So currently, zoning on the site is that heavy industrial zoning that we've seen in the area. The 2040 plan, as Dave mentioned, sees this going to a regional activity center, which accommodates all sorts of things and would include the types of residential uses that Lennar is mentioning. So here's the site plan. I think it's so interesting to be talking about a site so urban at a kind of middle density. We just don't see this. I think the fact of the matter is there's some constraints to the site, and that's what has led us to the site plan. But here's a look at 82 townhomes set up for fee simple ownership around the site, as well as on the upper right hand. I realize you don't see my pointer now. Upper right hand corner, that old brick building that I mentioned to you would be staying here. I know that we're going to, and I've talked to the attorney for ADM, so I know we're having some opposition. I think I certainly represent heavy users too, and they prefer not to have neighbors. But I think Land Design has tried to be intentional with this site plan. If you can see, we are separated from the ADM site by a rail corridor. So there's 50 feet of rail right-of-way that'll be left there. On the other side of the 50 feet, we've got an additional 10-foot landscaping buffer, and then still a little bit of separation between the units. So there's about 65 feet of separation. These are not set to be incredibly tall. We've got a maximum height of 55 feet. And we continue working with the DOTs and the railroads as we move through this process. Again, unique site. I think it checks as a lot of the boxes for the goals of the plan. I certainly would not imagine a for sale opportunity with a skyline view like this. It may not be my choice to live there, but I think some people will opt for it. And I think what we'll hear, we're certainly going to, through this sales process, have to disclose to the neighbors there is the presence of a cemetery, a railroad, and an industrial facility. So I think the buyers will know what they're getting into, and they can make a decision of whether this is an appropriate place for them to live. But I think it's an exciting opportunity to provide some of this missing middle that we keep talking about in great proximity to all the amenities that we have uptown. So happy to be here, happy to take questions. Since I have time, I guess I'll pause and see if Matt Pinnell or anyone from Lennar has anything to add or correct.
Thank you, Colin. Matt Pinnell for Lennar Homes. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. No, I don't have anything to add at this time. Thank you, Colin.
Okay. Well, we will we'll hear from the opposition, and then we'll be here. We'll respond and be happy to take questions.
All right, then, so it's no other speakers. You have no other speakers then, Mr. Brown, that's going to be, that want to talk. You had 6 of them there, but it's you and Mr. Pinnell spoke already, right? So we can move to the opposition?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we have 2 speakers in opposition, Dimash Cross and John West. Are they here? Are you here? Okay, yes, sir. All right, you got 10 minutes too. Will you be speaking for both of you, or?
No, Mr. West is going to speak also.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I'm just going to get things started. Good evening, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, council members. My name is Marsh Prowse. I serve as outside legal counsel for Archer Daniels Midland, which is now officially known as ADM after being unofficially known as ADM for years and years. You're probably familiar with this grain mill. You can't miss it when you're driving around on Brookshire Freeway. It's been a part of Charlotte for 107 years now. ADM is the largest agricultural products company in the world. You hear now about the grain crisis, the world grain crisis with what's going on in Ukraine. So that ADM is right in the middle of that. But they have this issue here in their own backyard that is also of great concern to them. Their property, you can see it on the slide, it is across a railroad right-of-way, but it's still in very close proximity to the 100-year-old, 107-year-old actually grain mill, which is located at 620 West 10th Street. ADM is extremely concerned about the proposed rezoning, the proposed projects, not because they have any reservations whatsoever about Lennar Homes or the particular design here, but they're extremely concerned about putting, I guess it is approximately 80 relatively high-end townhomes in close proximity to such a large and noisy and dusty industrial facility. I can only convey that to you so much myself, so I plucked Mr. John West straight from the plant on my way over here. I'm going to ask him to come up and talk to you a little bit about the plant and its operations and its history here in Charlotte. Thank you.
Good evening. John West, plant manager of the ADM facility in Charlotte here. Like Marsh said, we've been there since 1915. We produce about 1.3 million pounds of flour a day. That goes out to several local customers, Lance, Krispy Kreme, Subway, Father Sam's, Kroger, Bimbo, Orange Bakery. So a lot of local bakeries we ship flour to. We also make about 350,000 pounds of feed a day. So that goes out to several local feed producers making animal feed. We employ about 70 plus full-time colleagues at the plant, and then over 3,000 employees at local bakeries. So a large employee base. And we also buy about 2 million bushels of soft wheat per year from local farmers. A little background on what we do here at Charlotte.
So this is not a facility that can just be moved. It needs rail service, it needs truck service, has a lot of traffic associated with it, and ADM is unable to just take the operations that occur at this location and move them elsewhere in the southeast. The milling capacity in the southeast United States is at capacity. So there will come a time, it's inevitable, if we keep trading our heavy industrial land base for whether it's mixed use. As I see it, this is essentially a residential development. There is a token other use thrown in to get the mixed use classification, but mainly this is about residential housing. And as we continue to trade our heavy industrial property for uses like that, we are limiting the ability for these heavy industrial facilities to continue to operate in the future. As an attorney who handles nuisance cases, I'm familiar with what's called the coming to the nuisance doctrine. And what that means is if you choose to move and buy property next to an open and obvious loud, dusty industrial facility, your legal options down the road are limited. But that's not going to stop folks from trying. It's not going to stop the Charlotte City Council and city staff from receiving numerous complaints. And ultimately, that friction is probably going to set up a scenario where this facility could be forced to relocate, which the cost of doing that, the lengthening of the supply routes, the inability to serve local bakeries, all of this is feeding into the climate that we're in right now, which features rising commodity prices and problems with inflation. So no disrespect to Lennar and to their vision. It is an interesting site, and this is an interesting case, but it's too interesting for ADM's comfort, given that it expects it's going to result in friction with neighbors, which ADM wishes to avoid. To help make that clear, ADM received a noise complaint from a neighbor near this facility, and this was about 1.5 years ago, and he indicates that there was a loud electronic humming noise radiating all day and night that keeps everyone in our 4th Ward neighborhood awake. So that was 8th 8th Street, and this would be far closer, these new units would be far closer to the ADM facility. So this is really what zoning is about. It's about separating uses that are in conflict, and sometimes creative things can be done to address those issues, but this is a case where the potential conflict with the noise and dust from this facility, from my client's perspective, is just too great to take a chance on. And with that, I will conclude and just ask that you give serious consideration to denying this rezoning. Thank you.
Mr. Brown, you have 2 minutes for a rebuttal.
Thank you. We appreciate the comments from the folks at ADM. We certainly appreciate what they do and certainly don't want to do anything to inhibit their continued good service to our community and our world. That said, we have a 5-acre site. I would mention we've incorporated the commercial into our site also to save an existing pretty cool building. So I think something will occur here. I think we found something that we think is a good fit. These would be for sale units so that people would know what they are getting into when they purchase. And I also mentioned, certainly if I were in ADM shoes, I would prefer no neighbors. I don't think that's an option in our uptown area for a site like this to just take it off the table. I don't know that anyone would look kindly if we tried to establish another heavy industrial use. And I will say that the ADM facility, I think they probably have existing residential in closer proximity in Fourth Ward. I think the Garrison development is here. There are also units right here on the other end of 10th Street. So I understand while they may prefer to have no neighbors, I think we've tried to build a plan that's as sensitive as possible. I'll continue a dialogue with their representatives. And we had a frank conversation and said, hey, if there's anything we can do, let us know. I don't know if a fence or a wall is going to do it, but we will continue to have that dialogue as well.
All right. Now I open the floor for questions. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. This is for staff, didn't we approve another housing development down this street, or was that, where there was concern about the traffic on that street? Is this the same street?
I think the last thing we did in close proximity was at the corner of, it was on North Smith and West 10th Street. I'm trying to go back through and see what the rezoning history might show, but that's the last one that I recall, and that was one that went UMUD optional. But I've got to go back through and see what some of the history of some of these cases are. But that's the last one I recall. That was 2019-092. So that looks like the most recent one. And we had a few, I think, down a little bit further down on 7th. But not in such close proximity as this one or that one in 2019.
Okay. I guess overall, I hear both sides of this argument, and it is tricky because on the one hand, I hear what ADM is saying, but it isn't their land, so therefore, you just can't say somebody can't build on it or tell them what to build. The flip side of it is we've seen this before where we approve things like this and I'm thinking specifically of the facility in the south end, Mr. Horn's manufacturing facility, that he kind of got surrounded by new apartments and whatnot in the south end, and then people started complaining about his the fans that were blowing to keep the manufacturing equipment cool, and that really isn't fair to him because he had been there, and it's industrial space that we are losing, and so it does present a conflict. I don't know. I think I would look forward to staff talking a little bit more about how that could be mitigated if in fact this ends up having some residential use. And I'm also curious as to what we determined this would be. And I know we can't, the maps have not been, or the UDO has not been approved, but did we think this would be residential versus industrial?
I will say the 2040 policy map that was adopted, that'll be in effect on July 1, does have this area around Johnson Street back down to North Smith all the way to North Graham primarily as a regional activity center. There's some pockets of N2 between West 8th and West 7th where some of that area of 4th Ward currently is, but primarily most of Uptown was mapped as a regional activity center, including this particular area.
Which does allow residential. So, yeah, I'm not sure where I land on this one, but I can definitely see the conflict that will come in the future if you load up on residential in there. Thank you.
Mr. Eggleston?
Thank you. For Mr. Prowse, I just wonder how many issues you've had with the Cadence Apartments, because I just looked at all their Google reviews, and a lot of residents are very unhappy with the parking arrangement over there, it seems, and several complain about the noise of the train, but I didn't see a single complaint on there about the noise coming off of the ADM site. They might not know what to attribute that noise to, but I just wondered if that was something that you had found to be a problem. It's obviously a little further, and it's on the other side of 277, but it seems like folks who move right underneath a beltway and right beside a train track would probably attribute more of the noise frustrations to those two things than to ADM. But have you had anecdotal examples even of Cadence residents complaining?
To be honest with you, I haven't done a real thorough search. The one anecdote I shared concerning the noise complaint from 8th Street is the one that seemed to me to be most typical of what we have here. Of course, people are living in an urban environment. They're going to have freeway noise. They're going to have, I guess someone has complained about blowers. But this facility, it's tall, it's large, it operates 24 hours a day. It's the kind of facility that is considered a textbook heavy industrial facility, and you can do decibel studies. There's lots of things you can do, but ADM's position is putting these townhomes literally right next to it is just a little misguided.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Winston?
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem, I think you might have been thinking about some of the development that's happening in Greenville that we recently approved on the other side of Music Factory.
Thank you, Mr. Winston.
Yeah. So I think this is an interesting petition and interesting on both sides. My question for ADM, if am I understanding this correctly, that the concern is that this rezoning, actually it being for sale properties, could create a future condition that is very litigious on behalf of future property owners that could put pressure on future city councils to do things that might favor these homeowners over ADM, therefore kind of pushing this industrial space out. Is that the concern here?
Essentially, that is exactly the concern. What I would say is, of course, ADM does not own the property, but it can take advantage of a regulatory procedure such as this to ask council to consider other alternatives, such as light industrial zoning. A lot of times when you see heavy industry, there are buffers, and that's really what's notable here. That it's the total absence of any buffer between a textbook heavy industrial facility and new, relatively high-priced for-sale residential units. I think it's great that the city of Charlotte has this problem. The attractiveness of living in Uptown has brought us to this point. And I can see why some people would like to live in this kind of a location. But yes, you encapsulated it very well. ADM is extremely concerned that there will be a number of complaints about noise and dust in particular from folks who ultimately reside in these units, whether they're the actual purchasers or tenants down the road if some of them become rental housing.
Yeah, well, this is interesting because obviously, like you said, we have competing priorities. I don't think they're necessarily competing. We need more housing. We need more housing types in different places. Whether this is going to be considered missing middle for the entire city or just missing middle for Uptown, I guess we'll cross that bridge if and when we get there. But what it speaks to, right, is. Again, we spoke about this before, the need for residential and industrial, the constraints that you said on industry. It's not like a warehouse, particular warehouse where we could just find some place in Steel Creek or around the airport, perhaps, because this is dependent on this fixed rail that would be hard or probably impossible to reproduce. But I wonder if there isn't a tool here. Again, I don't know where the forward, if there will be a homeowners association or anything like that. But we introduced this idea, this concept of a community benefit agreement. I saw Mr. Driggs' head pop up right there. Wondering. We didn't necessarily consider a situation like this when we were discussing this, but being that there are two interests here, and there is concern that the introduction of one of those interests could push out another interest, is there not a possibility, and given that the concerns are less a land use issue and more of a future political situation, is there not an opportunity to come up with some type of agreement that kind of indemnifies a strategy against that litigious state that could cause significant concerns moving forward? I guess I'd leave that to either ADM or Mr. Brown, but I'd love to hear from both sides, I guess.
Well, as long as I'm still at the podium, I'll give you my side, which is ADM is certainly receptive to ideas. It wants to be a good neighbor. It wants to keep producing. This isn't just any product. This isn't springs or bug spray. This is food going on people's plates, basically. So it wants to be able to continue to have its spot in the supply chain. And if a way could be found to provide it with some guarantees that this scenario, which it seems very likely to occur, but if there's some way to address that so that would not be a problem for ADM, then absolutely ADM would be receptive to discussing that.
Mr. Winston, Mr. March, and I actually talked about this last week and probably both scratched our heads about whether that is doable or not. But it's certainly a discussion I'll have with my client and we can follow up on.
Mr. Driggs?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is there any precedent for an industrial facility like this just being driven out because of neighbors, and particularly neighbors who established themselves after the facility had been in existence for a long time?
Mr. Driggs, I don't know that we have an answer for that or would have that ability to track that, but I'm going to, do you mind if I share an experience I had with ADM and complaints around this a while back? But
Mayor, I do want to resume, though. I'm not done.
Okay. No, go ahead, please.
So, fine, we don't know the answer to that question. I ask it more or less rhetorically because I think, particularly if this is established next to an existing facility, it seems to me, and Mr. Prowse, if you're a lawyer, that their basis for trying to make a legal action against you stick is tenuous. So I do appreciate your reluctance to see a situation established where you're on hostile terms with your neighbors, or you might be, but I think the suggestion that you could be driven out by them is a little bit far-fetched. But I'm also wondering for Mr. Pettin whether the kind of adjacency concerns that come up in our conversations about the UDO and the 2040 plan and building heights next to residential, things like that, is this adjacency really what we have in mind?
I mean, short term, there's certainly some potential challenges that have to be worked through. I think staff's continuing to request some additional separation between the existing or the proposed units and the existing industrial uses next door. That's something that I believe we included in our latest staff analysis as one of the outstanding issues. But, you know, certainly in a situation like this, I think long-term, the vision for the area as mapped on the policy map was for an activity center, which would include, you know, a myriad of uses. Not necessarily sure long-term it included that vision of industrial uses in this area, but certainly, you know, need to understand and respect that those uses exist and could exist for the foreseeable future. So when we have these types of situations, we do look to try to mitigate what some of those adjacencies could, you know, create in terms of challenges with, you know, a use like this next door. I don't think we're quite there yet with the separation that we have seen on the site plan and that we continue to ask for a little bit more. You know, I think that's something as we continue to see new iterations of the site plan, that's why our recommendation is really upon resolution of outstanding issues. If those issues don't get resolved, then certainly we can revisit what our recommendation is at that point. But, you know, that's usually when we have those adjacencies, that's one of the things we try to do is mitigate as best as we can. In some instances, you know, they may be less compatible. You know, in this one, I think there's still some room for some improvement, but, you know, we'll just have to evaluate when they come back in with a revised plan later this week.
And last quick question, we do have a noise ordinance right now. I assume that the sound pressure levels along the property line would not exceed levels that would be permitted by our current noise ordinance? And Mr. Prowse, you mentioned decibels.
Do we have an answer to that?
From a staff standpoint, I mean, certainly we have the noise ordinance in place that would regulate what some of those decibel levels could be before they get to be considered, you know, a violation of the ordinance. But without having those measurements done, you know, recently by code enforcement, I wouldn't know what they would be. I'm not sure if the folks that spoke in opposition have any idea of what the decibel levels typically are from their operations, but I wouldn't know them offhand unless we had some study done by our code enforcement staff.
Right. I just think it would be a good idea to make that determination, at least, if the issue is about the noise from the factory. Obviously, there are also kind of air quality issues, but be interested to if we can get the answer to that question, since that's a basis for the objection. Thank you.
Anyone else, Ms. Jackson?
Aye.
Mr. Phipps?
Yeah, I guess historically, I think council has been concerned when industrial would encroach on residential communities. But here we have a situation that's opposite, right? A residential community is really encroaching on this established industrial plant here. It's sort of, and I really don't understand why currently don't we have any provisions for buffer or screening or whatever, that they could get this close to such a facility. It sort of reminds me of NCDOT when they made plans years ago to develop and build out I-485, and then we had developers building subdivisions, and when the road got built, the subdivision residents complained of the noise of the highway, and they wanted noise walls built. And NCDOT's response was they were there first, and plans were well publicized of their intentions. So they essentially said that they weren't going to put up any noise walls. So this seems to me to be a similar type situation that it seems like we're just asking for like problems. I mean, it'd be one thing if this was a former industrial site, but this is a This is an ongoing, in-production type facility. So I'm surprised that we didn't require any kind of buffer similar to what we would require on buffering a certain, residential, single-family, abutting apartment buildings. Even then, we require some sort of buffering, but here, we have nothing. So it's just willy-nilly, just build it right next to me kind of thing. So I'm surprised at that.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I kind of, to go along with what Mr. Phipps said, when he says he's surprised that they didn't require it, I think we could require some type of buffer. Because I'm thinking of the environmental issues, the noise. So I'd like to see some type of noise test or decibel test, if it's even safe to build there. I'm trying to pull up the county because they do have some advisements according to the petition, but I can't pull that up electronically, and it's not included in the book. So it looks like the website's changed a little, and I'm not able to pull up the comments. Mr. Pettin, do you have those comments from the county land use regarding this petition, the advisement?
I can try to pull them up while we're sitting here, yeah.
So for everyone, Ms. Johnson's is referencing the advisory comments that are on the website for the zoning reorg, or rezoning.org that weren't included in the book. So
okay.
I think
Thanks.
Mr. Pettin is pulling them up.
Okay, good. And so I think that we should require that test, since this is being brought to our attention in advance. We always talk about unintended consequences. Well, this is something that we can avoid if we're proactive. So I'd like to see some type of test to ensure that this existing business that's creating jobs is not going to be in violation of our ordinance as soon as someone lives there. Well, this is a story in where I'm from, in Columbus. There was a neighborhood that was gentrified, and there was a high school that marched to the football field for over 50 or 60 years. My mom was on the drill team, and she had done it. And as soon as that area was changed, then the neighbors complained about the parade every Friday night. So we have to be conscientious and protective over current residents. During this change, it's our job to manage the present, but also have a vision and lead for the future. So there's a balance here. So I would like to see the decibel test done before we approve this. And I don't know if there's any air quality, because I don't think this is the only industrial plant over there. So I do think that this is something that we need to be cautious about before we approve this. There are manufacturing plants or petitions that are being proposed for industrial uses that are close to residential that the residents don't want. So is there a way that we can be strategic and maybe, match those petitions up, the industrial petitions up with this land, and really just be intentional about this? I know they don't own the land and we can't require that, but I just think this is too close. I think that we need to be, when Mr. Phipps says he's surprised that they don't require a buffer, it's we that are they that can require that. So I think that we should really take a look at doing that. Thank you.
Have you found it?
Yeah. Yeah, the comments were primarily for maybe the requirement to submit an asbestos notification for possible demolition or relocation of the existing structure. The other comment was that it was proposed to serve multifamily community or office, and they would like to have, which could have parking more than 20 spaces, and they would like to see at least 10% of those spaces to be EV ready. And the other main comment was about possible groundwater and wastewater contamination, which would prohibit really the installation of wells without additional testing. But typically we see projects like this go on to public utilities, so that well water isn't really something that we get into. But if they were to propose any kind of well water systems, they would have to go through additional testing and services. But those were the main comments that we received from Mecklenburg County Land Use and Environmental Services.
Thank you. So I'm going to tell the story of my interaction with this site and ADM a while back, but I think it is a concern. You know, when people buy their new homes, generally you just go in and you're seeing all the new and everything, but this business operates all kinds of hours, and you know, you're not visiting your new home at 4 a.m. when the trains are coming in. And I know that we can sometimes talk about how to alleviate things, but some things like railroads are not as simple to alleviate, and train schedules and providing service to industrial areas. So I think that this is an area where, and it would be different if we did a noise study and the buyer or the seller had to post it on the site to say the trains, the noise level is this, but there's no requirement to do that. So we might know that, but the person that's flying in to get a place to live because their job is starting next week in Center City, they may not know that. And I just think it's a very difficult situation. I've been down on that site, and the building is, it is an industrial complex, and I just wonder if any of us would go visit the site and take a look at what's going on. It's not a foundry, but it's definitely a factory operation. So I don't know how to alleviate that. So the person that made the complaint to me basically ended up leaving and not being able to live there just because of the noise throughout the night. So these are the kind of things I think when we talk about quality of life, but there's no requirement that we have to, you know, that people have to disclose this. And so, and that to me is a concern. I think that this site has been there, I can't remember how many years, but a long time. And so I would hope that the petitioner is either looking at ways to address this issue of noise and train traffic and factory operations as well, if this is going to take place, because I think it's going to be an issue that we will find people calling us and saying, how did this happen? Why did I buy this house? And we're not going to be able to say we had anything to manage or control about it. But again, it's a choice. And some people may like that kind of sound. You know, there are people across this urban areas that live right next to rail tracks, and you know, they call it, you know, good access to transportation. And it's good that way for some, but it's definitely something that for me, as I look at buyers, you have to be buyers beware in this kind of situation. So Mr. Driggs wants to Mr. Winston, have you spoken already? Both of you have spoken, so who is first, Ms. Jackson? Mr. Driggs, followed by Mr. Winston.
Mr. Driggs still had his hand up. I didn't know if he had a question, and Mr. Winston
Oh, Mr.
put his
Driggs, do you have
hand
your,
back up.
Mr.
No, I
Driggs?
took my hand down, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Winston?
Yeah, I think Mayor brings up an excellent point, and I do think, again, we are going into an urban city, and you know, housing needs to go places, and in many dense cities, it goes right up to train tracks, and that's just something that, you know, is a choice that some people are willing to deal with. With that said, I do think we need to bring clarity any way we go, because a couple years ago we killed an affordable housing project that was much further away from light industrial because we said we don't want to put residential near industrial. So I warned against creating that precedent because it would limit housing types moving forward. And it doesn't seem like we have a very muddy waters when it comes to it right now. And while we might be able to clarify certain things during the small area planning process, I think again this is a policy we need to bring some clarity to. But one thing we haven't spoken about in this debate is that whoever lives here, let's think about the type of people that might buy a place here, because it's right adjacent to the Music Factory. And on any given night at the Music Factory, North Carolina Music Factory Boulevard might be backed up till 3 a.m. Because of concerts, multiple concerts, clubs letting out. Again, as we develop, development is going to happen in these types of areas, and people may choose to do that. So again, we don't want to be presumptuous and limit the types of housing products that can come into this city, especially if we're kind of just doing it on an ad hoc basis and we don't have a defined process for analyzing conditions like this. So, but I think it's positive that both the petitioner and the neighbors have said they would be willing to sit down and talk to see how both interests might be able to be protected long term. And I think we should encourage them to do that and figure out if there's anything we can do as a government to facilitate any type of agreement that they may be able to come up with. Thank you.
All right, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion to close the public hearing. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
All right, we're on item number 37, a petition 2021-241 by Jung Kim, approximately 1.8 acres on the southeast side of Sardoni Lane and W.T. Harris, north of Rocky River in District 4. Current zoning is office conditional. Proposed zoning is residential 17 multifamily units per acre with 4 years vested rights. Staff recommends approval upon resolution of issues related to site and building design. So with that, we will have the staff presentation. Walter Fields is here in person. I believe he's still here. Yes, in person. And we have two people against. Are they virtual? Ms. Elizabeth Filippi and Scott Wilkerson. Okay. Okay, so she should be virtual. Thank you. All right, so with that, we have staff presentation. Mr. Fields has 10 minutes. And Mr. Wilkerson, you also have 10 minutes, and then they get to do a rebuttal. You probably could say this better than me right now by this time of sitting through this, right? So thank you for being patient. I don't let you down. Some days I don't either. So, okay, we'll go ahead and start with the staff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-241, approximately 1.85 acres, located at the southeast intersection of Sardoni Lane and East W.T. Harris Boulevard, just north of Rocky River Roads, currently zoned O1 conditional. The proposed zoning is for R17 MF conditional, with also request for 4-year vested rights. The Newell Small Area Plan recommends office and multifamily uses up to 12 DUA for the site. The proposal is for up to 27 multifamily residential units in 2 buildings. That would propose about 16.2 units per acre, does limit building height to 40 feet, proposes access via the existing private drive onto East W.T. Harris Boulevard, also provides architectural building materials such as brick, natural stone, stucco, or other durable materials, does prohibit vinyl siding except on handrails, windows, or trim, addresses design of building elevations via vertical bays or articulated features such as wall offsets, recesses, projections, change of materials or colors, and also limits blank wall expanses to no more than 20 feet. Does propose a 50-foot rear yard landscaped resident passive open space and activity area, as well as a 25-foot undisturbed Class C buffer. As mentioned, staff does recommend approval of this petition. Do have some outstanding issues related to site and building design to continue to work through. It's inconsistent with that recommendation for office and multifamily uses, but staff does feel it's generally consistent with the existing development pattern of the area and in context with the current use of the site. And we do, again, recommend approval upon resolution of those issues, and we'll be happy to take questions following presentations by both the petitioner and those in opposition. Thank you.
Mr. Fields, you are up. 10 minutes.
I couldn't help but sit there tonight and listen to the conversations about some of these cases going on before, and I recall a time when the mayor and I both were employed by the city, and we were wild dreamers when we suggested that the key to the city's growth in the future was to grow back towards the center instead of further out, and that one day the center city inside Route 277 would be a great spot for housing. Boy, were we right. But there's other parts of the city. Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, members of the zoning committee. I'm Walter Fields, representing John Yim. He's here with me tonight on another multifamily proposal. This one I think is a little bit different than some of the ones you've heard of up to this point this evening. This is not a very large project. It is not focused around a transit station area. It is not a large suburban project on a major thoroughfare that has other large suburban projects on it. In fact, it's kind of a transitional piece. Many will recall, well, fewer than used to be, that this property and a lot of the property, including the adjoining townhome community just to our north, and then vacant office zone land that adjoins us to the south, was part of a large development that included a lot of land on the far side of Harris Boulevard. This was back in the days when Harris Boulevard was just being extended and improved through this part of town. And this strip of land on this side of the road was sort of the remnants of the larger tract. The Morrison Place townhome community was part of that tract. This parcel is part of that tract, and the vacant parcels going back towards Rocky River were part of that tract. Hence, it had a conditional zoning for office. That office zoning permitted by virtue of its conditional site plan, office uses, medical office uses, daycare centers, the sorts of things that were common in a suburban location, and in fact continue to be. Interestingly enough, that office zoning back in the day, this 01 zoning, also allowed multifamily up to 17 units an acre as a by right use in an office district. Because this conditional site plan didn't include multifamily as one of the possible uses, then we were instructed by the staff that it would be better try to amend the office plan is to just zone it to a suburban multifamily classification, which is what we're here proposing to do. We're asking for the R17 MF. We're a little bit less than 17 units an acre. I think Dave said we were just over 16. As a separate freestanding application and not as an amendment to the previous plan, we're proposing 27 units on the property. There's a single access point to Harris Boulevard. That access point actually is on this site. The road that leads into what we think of now as the Morrison Place townhome community is actually a road which is physically located on this property. This site is constrained, interestingly enough, by a large commitment that was made when the original office zoning was done about a setback and buffer along the rear of the site, not just along our property, but on the other office zone properties as well, and we have maintained that in our application. The site is also a little bit challenged because on the front of the site, on our property, not in the very large Harris Boulevard right-of-way, but on our property, is a 25-foot drainage easement and a separate 20-foot sanitary sewer easement. So a significant portion of the front of the site is not developable to us, and so it leaves us with a small piece, hence we're proposing a small project. This would be 2 buildings with 9 units in one and 17, I think, in the other. They are limited to 40 feet in height, which is a little smaller than what you might traditionally find in suburban multifamily, but we think it fits better in this location. This is an opportunity, and again, as we've heard tonight, the need for providing different forms of housing, different scale of housing, different types of housing in different parts of the community. So rather than a large multifamily development of 200+ units, which I very often stand up here and talk to you about, this is a small development, more manageable, easier for people to move and live there and not have this very, very large community. As I said, the single access is to Harris Boulevard. There's no way out through the Morrison Place. There's no way to the rear to the single-family areas that adjoin us to the rear. And there's a connection which will eventually be made back up to the signal to the south of us on Harris Boulevard behind the other office zone properties. That was in that original zoning. We did have a community meeting, sent out 70-some invitations. We had one attendee along with the district rep for the area. There were lots of conversations about that edge. The Philippes live directly adjacent to us on the rear back here, and Mr. Wilkinson owns property just to the north. You can see the property line off to the right there that separates those 2 tracks. Those are our only 2 physical neighbors. She spent a lot of time with us on the call. We talked a lot about the edges and the relationship along the edges. My client went in and met with her on the property and walked along that property line and had conversations about what her concerns were and how that might be addressed. The site had been previously graded many years ago in anticipation of development, and some of the soil was spoiled along the back side of the site, creating a berm, and we're going to try to leave a lot of that in place. We need to add some things to the plan based on those conversations with the adjoining property owners, including a commitment for a fence, a commitment for certain types of landscaping, a commitment to minimize the amount of grading which upsets the existing landform that's already there. We do have a few issues that the staff identified in their staff analysis. I've already communicated with the staff about those, and I think all can be easily resolved. We appreciate the staff's support and recommendation for approval of this case. I was, frankly, I like to stay on top of things, and I'm here to tell you that I was not aware that we had any opposition, that anyone was going to sign up and speak tonight in opposition to this request, and so we're as anxious as you are to hear what they have to say. I expect some of it may be just clarifications that we need to provide about some of the details of the development. But up to this point, we believe we have put forward our best foot, both in terms of resolving staff issues and in terms of tightening down the relationship along the property boundaries to the Philippes property and to the Wilkerson property. And I'll stop at this point so we can hurry up and hear what those comments might be. And I'll be happy to have answer any questions that you have either now or after the opposition presentation.
Let's see, who's going to be, Elizabeth Philippi? Philippi, thank you so much. Yeah. You're going to divide your 10 minutes between, so if you'll start, then Mr. Wilkerson was finished when you are. Come on up, Mr. Wilkerson, so you can be at the podium. All right, your time begins now.
Okay, good. My husband and I own and live on the property that directly backs up to this petition. And I did attend the virtual meeting that was held by the developer. And I expressed at that time a desire for a 6-foot-tall brick fence to discourage wandering onto our property and to promote security. that would be on the developer's land. And then, as Mr. Field said, I subsequently met with the developer and walked the property with a couple of my neighbors. And that's when I got a chance to really see the site plan and understand the terrain as it as we were walking it. So what happens back there is a bank at the back of the property that at the 25-foot undisturbed buffer, that's kind of at the height at the top of the bank. So in order to create that 50-foot rear yard setback and activity area, that whole bank would have to be cut out. And there's a lovely stand of vegetation that is on that bank that protects against erosion, and it serves as a noise and privacy barrier for the property that we live on. So we would like to have the site plan amended so that the undisturbed buffer was expanded to 75 feet, thus eliminating the need to disturb that bank. And then have the developer put up a fence that's at least 6 feet tall, somewhere on their property. If that couldn't happen, then it seems like a retaining wall is going to need to be required, because that whole bank is going to be disturbed and all the erosion controls will be gone. So and then if they put up a retaining wall, they can put the fence on top of the retaining wall. So those are we mentioned those concerns to the developer when we walked it and didn't really get a resolution. The other thing I would note is if you look at the plan, the location for where the garbage dumpsters are located is in this area called the 23-foot access easement, which is, I think, how the property's supposed to be connected ultimately to the traffic light that's up Harris Boulevard a little farther. So seems like that's a problem. And there's also, it appears that the development goes into the easement on the other side, on the closer to Sardoni Lane. So I didn't know if those easements, are those required to be maintained, because parking lot and/or building may interfere with that.
Okay.
And then Scott, you can add on to what I just had to say.
All right, thanks, Elizabeth. I'm Scott Wilkerson. As Mr. Fields said, I own the property. It's at the northeast corner of the petitioner's property. I generally don't have a problem with the proposal for multifamily housing in this location, but I do have some specific concerns of my own and that have been expressed to me by other neighbors around here. And I was present electronically during the on-site meeting and walking of the property, but could not be there physically that day. I do want to thank the petitioner for verbally committing to install a minimum 5-foot, and Elizabeth would like it to be 6-foot metal fencing. In our conversations, we talked about putting it along the 50-foot rear yard setback line, and Mr. Fields has expressed that they will make that commitment in some form as part of the plan here. This site is currently zoned for office with an existing access easement that Mr. Fields talked about along the side here, and I think it's intended to connect to the other uses, and the property to the south on Harris also needs to connect through here, because unless I'm mistaken, there is no other access point to Harris other than Sardoni, and I believe it's Back Creek something or another. It's got the Back Creek name on it for quite a ways, so this access is important. This proposal will effectively block the existing easement where the dumpsters are and along the back of the buildings where the decks stick out. And one of my neighbors was quite concerned about that, about how that access would be done, and the fact that as currently drawn, you would have to access Sardoni and Harris Boulevard by winding through the parking lot of the multifamily community. The current proposal includes 66 bedrooms and 66 bathrooms. but only 46 parking spaces. I have expressed this concern to the petitioner. I am in the multifamily industry, and I have experienced significant parking problems before, and this ratio seems to me to be very likely to create that problem. Madam Mayor, I see you looking at what I assume is the site plan. The front building is 9 4-bedroom, 4-bath apartments, which is where you get 36 of the bedrooms and 36 of the bathrooms. As you know, similar apartments are typically rented by the bedroom, which are not well regulated. This council has delved into that a little bit in the past. The combination of by the bedroom apartments with no on-site management causes me some concern. Again, I'm not opposed to multifamily use here, but that does cause me some concern. And finally, listening to item 35 while I've been sitting here and the discussion about why would you allow 17 units per acre along West Tyvola Road, that didn't cause me a problem, but why 17 units per acre along Harris Boulevard if not West Tyvola Road? So again, those are my comments, and I can't express enough the appreciation to the petitioner, to talking to me on the phone, to virtually meeting me on site, and to listening to my comments as I've developed them and giving them some feedback on his proposal.
All right, thank you. Mr. Fields, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me try to clarify one thing right away. The easement that shows up on the current zoning, the old zoning, on our site plan is simply carried forward for reference purposes. We're actually going to relocate the easement from the back of the site so we don't have to do additional grading back there. There's no requirement for us to meet a rear yard that we have to grade the rear yard. It can be the natural topography. We've looked at where a fence might go, and based on the existing berm configuration where the spoil was put along the back property line many years ago, it appears it might be better to put the fence at the toe of that slope, which would be sort of along the rear property line, but still leaves an open space for the residents of this small community, to have a little place to throw the ball or throw a Frisbee or do whatever they do. We are committed to establishing a fence, as was discussed. We are committed to adding landscaping to that area to beef up the separation both visually and physically. But it is not our intent, nor do we have any need to do any grading back where that berm is located, like we would have if we left the old easement in place. And so we think we have tried to address some of these issues in terms of relationship between the two by actually physically relocating the easement through our parking area. And if you go back down to the signal on Harris Boulevard where there is an office building built on the other end of this strip of land, the easement actually is the driveway through their parking lot. And so it wouldn't be uncommon for us to do the same thing. We will actually do less grading here by relocating the easement than we would otherwise, because we'd have to extend Sarconi all the way to the back of our property to align with the old easement line. I think most of this stuff can be addressed. I will make one final comment. I think we're still sort of up in the air on the number of the unit mix in terms of how it's going to work. And we'll work with the neighbors. Thank you. I'll take any questions if you have them.
Ms. Johnson heard you say that you're going to work with him, so I'm sure there'll be she's heard that. It's in her district. So do we have questions, though, from the council on this petition? Mr. Phipps.
Yeah, Mr. Fields, I am interested in what you were going to say about the unit mix. Exactly what is the unit mix? Is this like a complex similar to student housing or so-called student housing? Or?
No, it's not intended to be student housing. I think what we have in mind here, first of all, it's market rate. There will be different unit mixes. We haven't settled on what that will be yet. We contemplate that some of our tenants might very well be corporate tenants who are in town while they're looking for a place to live, as was discussed previously, or on a short-term assignment, and they would stay here and go to work and do what the rest of us do every day. There's never been any conversation that I've had. In fact, I've addressed that question directly to my client and said, is this going to be student housing? The answer has always been no. We think it might be small family housing. We think it might be some corporate facilities where people would have people coming into town and staying there while they're training or doing whatever they're doing. We're still up in the air that no final decision has been made. I think what Mr. Wilkerson was referring to is sort of a worst-case scenario, but I don't think we're there, and I think we can pin that down before we get to the bottom line on this and it comes back to you.
All right, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
All right, a second? All right, we'll have a roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. The next item is item 38, petition 2021-244 by Suarez Silva, approximately 1 acre located on the south side of Cindy Lane, near the intersection with Bowline Drive in District 2. The current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed zoning is light industrial. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and we have one speaker who is the petitioner. So we'll start off with Mr. Pettin.
Thank you. 2021-244, it's just an acre located on the south side of Cindy Lane near the intersection with Bowline Drive. It's currently zoned R4. The proposed zoning is for I-1 conventional. The adopted future land use from the Northeast District Plan does recommend this area for industrial land uses for this area and the surrounding area. You can see all the area there in brown is industrial land use recommendations, part of that plan. As mentioned, staff does recommend approval of this petition. It is conventional, so there are no outstanding issues or site plan conditions to consider at this point. It is consistent, as mentioned, with the land use recommendation for the site per the Northeast District Plan. And with that, we'll be happy to take any questions. I believe we do have the petitioner on, I think, virtual with us, so we'll be happy to take any questions following any information you'd like to share. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Silva, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good night. Madam Mayor and ladies and gentlemen of the committee, I apologize for not having a formal and nice presentation like the ones I have seen tonight in this meeting. My petition is to rezone this property, R4 to I1, to build a warehouse / office space, or combination of office space with warehouse, approximately 150 feet by 80 feet, a total of 6 units. I will be occupying one of the units as my office space, maybe 1 or 2, I'm not sure at this point. But that would be my request about this property. I will be happy to answer any questions you guys may have. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the petitioner or the staff? Mr. Phipps?
Yes. Mr. Silva, did I understand you to say that this is going to be like 6 units, one of which you're going to occupy or will be an office, and the other uses would be what now?
I'm going to try to lease the rest of the office spaces. It's going to be office warehouse space. I have a commercial drywall business. I'm on Westinghouse Boulevard, and I'm planning to relocate into this building. So will be 6 units. I'm going to occupy 1 or 2 units depending on the growth of my business. At this point, I think I need 2 units, and I will be leasing the other 4 units to 4 small business like mine.
Now, notice this is currently rated a zone for R4, and you want to go to I1. And the thing that gives me pause is right across the street, you got residential development going on. a new subdivision is going on over there. I think Dillon Heights or something like that. And then there's a single-family residence, and I guess right adjacent to the property. So I was just sort of concerned with an I-1 zoning encroaching on a residential, predominantly residential area. I know that I read in the staff analysis that I guess a 19-year-old small area plan says that the site is conducive to light industrial zoning, but given, well, I think it's a 26-year, I thought it was maybe 26-year-old plan, that a lot has changed in Charlotte since then, and I just have concerns with that, with this particular rezoning petition, but that's just me, so I don't know how others feel about it. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Phipps, anyone else? Okay, hearing no additional comments.
Close.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close the hearing. All right, we'll begin the roll call vote. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
All right, our next petition is item number 39, for petition 2021-245 by CC Fund 3, approximately 1.4 acres on the south side of Carter Avenue, north side of Woodward, west of Vanderbilt, east of Statesville, in District 1. The current zoning is general industrial. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development district, conditional. Staff recommends approval upon outstanding issues related to transportation and site design. Our petitioner is represented by Keith McVeigh, and I don't have anyone in opposition to this, so it would be Mr. McVeigh and Mr. Harrison. Okay.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, Mr.
2021-245, it's just under an acre and a half off of Woodward Ave and Carter Ave, just north of Camp North End. Current zoning is I-2, and the proposed zoning is for MUD conditional. The adopted future land use from the Statesville Ave corridor area plan does call for industrial land uses for this site. You can see residential, office, retail uses recommended on either side of Woodward Ave, well, on the left side of this site, and then south side on Woodward for Camp North End. The proposal is for up to 36 townhome dwelling units that would limit building height to 46 feet. Access would be from Woodward Avenue. Visitor and overflow parking would be provided within the site. Does commit to an 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk along both Woodward and Carter Avenue. Internal sidewalks and pedestrian connections through the site would get you back to either of those frontages, and also provides a garage for each unit and architectural standards for exterior building materials, pitched roofs, raised residential entrances, and usable porches and stoops that would be at least 5 feet deep to create a predominant building design feature along those frontages. Staff does recommend approval upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site design. It is inconsistent with that corridor area plan for Statesville Avenue, which recommends industrial uses, but certainly is in context with some of the ongoing redevelopment that we've seen as a result of the development of Camp North End and other residential developments around it. So staff certainly felt it was an appropriate transition from that industrial land use to something more residential, and we'll be happy to take questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Mr. McVeigh?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of the Zoning Committee. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen, assisting CC Fund 3 LLC, the petitioner. As you mentioned, Todd Harrison with Carolina Capital Partners, Real Estate Partners, is online and is available to answer questions. Next slide, please. Dave has done a good job identifying the location of the site, just under an acre and a half. On Woodward Avenue next to Heist Brewery, across from the revitalizing area of Camp North End. Next slide, please. This is a zoomed-in shot. The request is to zone the property to mixed-use development district conditional to allow the development of the site with a 36-unit townhome community. Units are proposed to be for sale. Next slide, please. We do believe this rezoning does complement Camp North End, and the Camp North End complements this request. We did meet with Melissa. I'm not going to not remember her last name. I apologize. Gaston, thank you. And she did like the idea of new housing, especially for sale housing in this location, to help with the revitalization goals of the Statesville corridor and Graham Street area. Next slide, please. Next slide. Dave covered the land use plan recommendations. The 2040 plan does, or land use type plan, a place type plan, does recommend innovative mixed use, which would support residential uses. Next slide, please. Next slide. Dave mentioned the site plan access off Woodward. There would be streetscape improvements. There's limits on height. There is overflow parking on the interior as well as on-street parking. We will be working with Dave and his staff to address the remaining site plan issues. Be glad to answer any questions.
All right, any questions for Mr. McVane or Mr. Patton?
Motion to close.
Second.
We have a motion to close and a
I have a
second.
question.
I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. This is more for staff. What are the revitalization goals in that area of the North End? Because 4 or 5 years ago, that was a hot area that we called the North End Smart District. And we had all sorts of plans for CF pilot projects, pilot plans and things like that. And we've sort of, that just seems, it feels like it's gone away. So when Mr. McVane referred to our goals, I'm just questioning what those actually are or where those came from.
So I think some of those goals and efforts predate my tenure with the city so far. I do know that the area is slated for an activity center and innovative mixed-use place-type designations, which would, further some of those adaptive reuse options and residential infill to support the activity center around Camp North End. As far as some of the other goals you had mentioned, I certainly would have to confer with some other staff that may have been here during the time and discussions on some of those to see where they are and how they've materialized or how they maybe have changed or been adapted since their those original discussions. So certainly can follow up with you, but just let you know, like I said, from a policy map standpoint, it's an activity center with some innovative mixed-use place types surrounding it.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to follow up on that. And again, it's maybe not germane to this specific rezoning, but if we're telling people this is going to be an activity center, yet we seem to have backed away from that by taking it out of the strategic mobility plan, for example, then I'm curious as to what we think the future is for this particular area. So I'll follow up with you on that, Dave.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion to close and a second. We'll start with Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Newton.
Yes.
Ms. Watlington. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston. Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
Mr. Winston.
Yes.
Mr. Phipps.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, did we get everything? Okay, all right. All right, our next item is 40, petition 2021-253 by Flywheel Group for approximately 15.5 acres located on the southeast side of North Tryon Street in the east of Matheson, north of Coleman in District 1. The current zoning is general industrial. The proposed zoning is transit-oriented development neighborhood center. The staff recommends approval of this petition.
I can go. Yeah.
Start with the staff presentation. I don't believe that we have any speakers on this item.
We do not.
So thank you, Mr. Patton, if you'll go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-253, about 15 and a half acres, large area along North Tryon Street at the intersection of Matheson Avenue, just in that area of the Cross Charlotte Trail and within close proximity to 36th Street Station. The current zoning is I-2. The proposed zoning is for TOD NC, which is a conventional TOD district. The area plan, the North Tryon area plan recommends mixed uses for non-residential office and retail uses for this site. So staff does recommend approval. As mentioned, it is consistent with that. It's within a 1 mile walk of the 36th Street Station. That walk distance would be likely shortened with some additional infrastructure related to the Cross Charlotte Trail to be put in. So we may see some opportunities for getting that walk distance shorter to the 36th Street Station from this site long-term, but currently it's applicable to that TOD NC district. And again, staff does recommend approval. We'll be happy to take any questions that you may have on this one. Thank you.
Any questions for the staff?
It's conventional, it's simple. Motion to close.
We have a motion to close and a second. Let's see, we'll start with Mr. Phipps.
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
All right, the next item is item 41, petition 2021-255 by Bob Shelton, approximately 1.7 acres located on the west side of Statesville Road near the intersection of Specter Drive. It's in District 2. The current zoning is general industrial conditional. The proposed zoning is general industrial. Staff recommends approval. And in this case, we have Con and Bob Shelton. If they would be speaking for the petitioner. And it's virtual, I believe. They're virtual. So we'll go ahead and begin. You have 3 minutes, Mr. and Mr. Shelton.
Thank you. 2021-255 is 1.75 acres located on the west side of Statesville Road, just south of that intersection with Specter Drive, north of the intersection with Sunset Road. Current zoning is I-2 conditional. Proposed zoning is for I-2, just to go conventional I-2 on this parcel. Adopted future land use, as you can see, industrial for a wide swath of this general area. Also recommended for manufacturing and logistics, which is a comparable place type on the pending effective date on the 2040 plan. Just to give you some context, this is a conventional petition as well. The conditional plan is one from back in 1979. Not sure there were many conditions associated with it, but just to give you a date of reference for that last CD plan on this property. Again, this is conventional. Staff does recommend approval. It is consistent with the industrial land use recommendation from the district plan and in a pretty heavily industrial area. So we'll be happy to take any questions following any comments that the Sheltons would like to provide. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Shelton, and Mr. Shelton, you have 3 minutes. Are they joining us? They're signed up.
Okay. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes. So we have a client there, Atlantic Emergency Solutions. They are a servicer of emergency vehicles, primarily fire engines, ambulances, and they are a very large sales force of those particular vehicles. And they just have a need to grow their business. And with that conditional clause on their I-2 zoning, it's prohibiting them to grow the 9,400 square feet. They are needing to add additional bays in for their business.
All right. Any questions for the staff or the petitioner? Hearing no questions, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
And we have a motion and a second. I'll go ahead and do a roll call vote. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Isolt?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're on item 42, petition 2022-011 by Starmount Healthcare Management for approximately 8.3 acres located on the northwest intersection of North Tryon and West Sugar Creek, east of Craighead in District 1. The current zoning is multifamily residential, and the proposed zoning is institution. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and we have Mr. Brown to present for the petitioner. So we'll go to Mr. Pettin and then follow with Mr. Brown.
Thank you. 2022-011 is approximately 8.3 acres on West Sugar Creek in North Tryon. The site is currently zoned R17 multifamily, and the proposed zoning is just for an institutional conventional district. The adopted future land use does recommend institutional land uses at this site, so the request would be consistent with that, would be open to all institutional uses. The petitioner obviously is Starmount Healthcare. I know there's some conversation about locating some temporary facilities as they transition and revamp some of their existing office space. So just to give you some context, but again, it would be open to all institutional uses that would be permitted on the site, but also does help to remedy what was really not a nonconformity, but does provide some more flexibility with the existing institutional use of the church on the site long-term. So not an unreasonable outcome for that general area and that site. Again, staff does recommend approval of this petition. It is conventional. It is consistent with the area plan recommendation, and we'll be happy to take any questions you may have following any additional comments from the petitioner. Thank you.
Mr. Brown?
Ma'am, Madam Mayor, council members, Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioner, Starmount Healthcare and their subsidiary StarMed, who we all enjoy on Twitter. Want to be clear on the site, there is not, this is a conventional rezoning, so I said I won't get into the details about it, but if you have our slides, I'll just kind of give you a quick walkthrough. I did have representatives from the church on. I think we lost them at the 4-hour mark, but there is no intention for the church to go away. This is not a rezoning to accommodate really redevelopment on the site. This is to give the church the ability, as you can see, they have a large site there to work with folks in the community and accommodate other institutional uses on the site. The church has been there for an as an institution for probably longer than the city of Charlotte, but for some reason, we've got a multifamily zoning on the site. A conventional institutional district would allow them to accommodate a variety of other things, including cultural, educational, medical, governmental, religious, and other athletic institutions to enhance the community. So by giving them a conventional district with that flexibility, they can work with partners like StarMed to provide other institutional uses on site.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown.
Happy to answer your questions.
Any questions?
Madam Mayor, I had a conversation with the petitioner today, and I think this is a beneficial, temporary but beneficial move, and the motion to close.
Second.
I'm sorry, I have a speaker, Mr. Winston.
Well, I think Mr. Brown might have answered part of my question. I think I can read between the lines, a large parking lot with a continued pandemic and vicinity to a marginalized community, rapidly changing communities. Can read between the lines. My question was going to be about, like you said, the age of this church. And I know that there are historic cemeteries there, some that have been disturbed over time. My question was going to be about any type of redevelopment there. But I think he answered that question, and it's an encroachment on any particular graves that might be on that site.
Also, Mr. Winston, I believe the building on the closest to the corner, which is, I think, the oldest structure on the site, is landmark protected, which, of course, is not entirely foolproof, but is helpful. And is my understanding. There's no move here to make any structural changes, just to have some different use options in the structures that exist.
Thank you very much, and I'll motion to close
Now,
second.
I want to recognize Mr. Phipps, please.
Although a meeting is not required by this petition, I did have conversations with members of the Hidden Valley community who expressed a favorable opinion of this petition.
Okay. Now, could I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion
I
to
just
close.
add before we do that, great company. I'm not fully sold on their Twitter account, to be totally honest.
Funniest Twitter in town. Motion to close.
We have a motion and a second. We can't do that. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes,
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, the next item is item 43, petition 2022-019 by Chris Olorende for approximately 3.7 acres located on the west side of South Tryon and the northeast side of Presley Road. It's in District 3. Current zoning is general business. The proposed zoning is TOD Neighborhood Center. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and I think Mr. Arenda has sat here past the 4-hour mark. We'll have the staff presentation and then 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2022-019, as mentioned, about 3.75 acres on Presley Road and South Tryon Street, right there along I-77. The existing zoning is B2. Proposed zoning is for TOD NC conventional. Adopted future land use from the Scaly Bark Transit Station Area Plan does recommend office, industrial, warehouse, and distribution, but certainly the TOD conventional does provide some opportunities for some transition and some redevelopment and reinvestment of the site. It is within that 1 mile distance for that TOD NC application. So staff does recommend approval of this petition. While it is inconsistent with that area plan, staff does believe that TOD NC is applicable and appropriate in this location within that 1 mile walk, like I said, to both Woodlawn Station and Scaly Bark Station. So with that, we'll be happy to take any questions following any additional comments from the petitioner. Thank you.
All right. Have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor,
Hi.
members of the City Council and staff. Thank you very much for having me tonight. This is a conventional rezoning, so I'm not going to go too much into detail. And thanks, Dave, for getting us the introduction to this. We saw an opportunity to introduce housing in the Lower South End, utilizing an existing commercial use that's basically underutilized. And we are currently analyzing whether to keep the existing use in the hotel. But in looking at the numbers, it's looking more and more like this might be an opportunity to redevelop the site. So it's with the construction market and the influx in the real estate market, we're still not arriving at a solution. But ultimately, it's going to be a residential play for this site, and I'll come and answer any questions that you all might have.
Any questions for the petitioner or the staff?
I have a question, Mayor.
Ms. Johnson?
I'm sorry, without seeing a slideshow or presentation or anything, did you say that this was currently a hotel or a motel?
It's currently a hotel.
So is it currently occupied?
It's currently occupied, usually the very transient traffic. Some are weekly rentals, and it's not performing well, so to speak. And that's why we saw the opportunity to figure out a way to improve housing along that corridor.
So one of the challenges we have in this city with the lack of affordable housing, a lot of people, I can't say a lot, I don't have, but but the hotels and the motels are used by individuals in the 30% area wage income. So, and we had a hotel in this area when it was changed to residential. There were people that were displaced. So that's a concern to me because, and I just want to put that on the record. You know, we know that there's a challenge with affordable housing and, you know, and yet we continue to approve development and displace folks. So I would want the number of individuals who are there with, who are long-term occupants / tenants. And I don't know if you're able or willing to make any concessions or any promises to let us know what the plan would be. Just what is the plan for individuals who've been long-term occupants of that hotel? Would the plan be that they would have to leave during construction, or what would the rent be, or would they be given first right of refusal? I would just want to know what the plan is, and if it's approved, it's certainly your building to do what you do. However, we need to know if people are going to be displaced. So again, I'd like to know the number of long-term residents in the facility and what the plan is for them.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Because this is a conventional plan, we cannot you cannot get into the details of what will happen on the site, because any use allowed on the site is under consideration now, so you don't have any specifics about what will happen at this point.
Okay, so we know as council members, we hear from the media when our residents are displaced because of property sales, or like there was a hearing tonight because of, and I don't know if that was conventional or how that was done, but we know that our residents are being displaced. So this is a hotel on South Tryon and Presley. It's just for the record. So so you're saying with the conventional rezoning, we know it's a hotel, but we cannot get information about any details about folks that are currently there, right?
I'm saying that because it's conventional, it's not allowed to talk about any details related to the particular site because we don't know yet what's going to happen.
Okay, thank you.
And if I may, just to defend our records at Urban Trends Real Estate, Inc., over the past 5 years, we've been involved with probably close to 600 units of affordable housing, whether we're currently developing ourselves or we partner with folks that are doing it. Ashley Road, Connolly Circle, Eastway, Lakeview, and thanks to council for the support that y'all have provided over the years. So our heart is in the right place, and we want to do the right thing. Any other questions?
I understand. Thank you. And again, these are our policies. It's not necessarily your responsibility. So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, any other questions? Are you hearing that? Do I have a motion to close?
Move to close.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes, and Chris, keep up the great work.
All right, thank you. All right, the next item is item 44, petition 2022-21 by Crossroads Corporation for Affordable Housing and Community Development, approximately 2.1 .2, almost a quarter of an acre, located at the northwest intersection of Marnie Avenue and Alpha Street, east of Skyland Avenue, southwest. It's in District 1. The current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed zoning is urban residential. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and we have one speaker, Kathleen Bambrick Meyer, for. So we'll have the staff, and I believe she's virtual. Okay, all right, so the petitioner will be virtual as well. Okay.
Thank you. Our final petition this evening, 2022-021, is .23 acres on Alpha Street and Marnie Street. It's currently zoned R5. The adopted future land use from the Central District Plan does recommend single-family, multifamily residential uses up to 8 DUA for this site. This is a conventional petition going to a UR1 district. So all uses in UR1, which is a primarily urban residential district, would be permitted. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. It is consistent with that Central District Plan recommendation. And again, it's a conventional petition, and staff does recommend approval and be happy to take any questions following any additional comments by the petitioner. Thank you.
All right, we'll now hear from the petitioner, Ms. Meyer.
Hi, thank you, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council and of the zoning board, and thank you to staff for your encouragement on this petition. I will say that this is a petition for 2 units of affordable housing. They will be sold to people at 80% AMI or below. And this is part of the construction will be consistent with the other construction that we have built in the neighborhood up to this point. So I'll be happy to answer any questions, but thank you for your consideration of this petition.
Move to approve. Move to, I'm sorry, move to approve. I think you skipped a step there. Ms. Samuel's still here. Maybe she could move to approve, and then you could move to approve, and we could be all done. But no, I think we're going to have to wait a little bit longer. So are there any questions?
Close. Thank you, Kathleen.
A motion to close the public hearing. Is there any other comments? And do we have a second?
Second.
All right. We'll have Mr. Phipps.
Yes.
Can I make this a joint motion to close and to adjourn? Would you accept my amendment to move to close the public hearing and adjourn, Mr. Eggleston and Mr. Phipps?
You probably can't do it, but sure.
I think we can do that.
We could be done by now.
Yes.
Okay, all right, so let's go. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
All right, we are now adjourned. We made it before 10 o'clock, so I hope everybody's good and see everyone soon. Braxton, have a great trip.